it not working?
Once more with feeling. Yes?
Third time's the charm.
No? There we go. Thank you. For some reason, the device in Streamlabs switched completely off this mic, even though it's labeled that mic. Anyway, with even more feeling now. Hello, welcome to our one-shot Humble-ween. I am your DM and host, Humphrey Wendell Wickham, or Fortuna's Favor on TikTok. We'll go over the round, yes. We will go around the screen, introduce everybody, where they can find you, and what characters you're playing, and we'll get into the game itself. Starting off, top left corner is going to be Tuxie Bear. Have at it.
Yes. But cute.
Alright, next up, on to Mika.
Hey everybody, my name is Mika. I go by Mika.muse on TikTok or Mika Muse on Instagram, mostly active on TikTok. But tonight I will be playing Beckett Bramblebuck, who is a raccoon rogue.
Alright, up next, Forest Shade.
Hi there. Tonight I am playing a hedge druid, and I'm very excited about this.
Alright, and lastly, Marin.
Hi, my name is Marin. You can find me on TikTok as Marzi and Her Mind. And tonight I am playing Buttons McScruffins, a chipmunk rogue thief. And oh my goodness, we got two rogues in the party. They both kind of sound yeehaw. Isn't that a coincidence?
Oh.
My eyes are soulless.
Alright, well that is our players. And let's go ahead and address Tuxie real quick. When they say that Zephyr is very quiet, this is just more of a matter of you needing to speak up, or I need to turn up your mic volume in Discord? Because you're muted on my end at the moment. Turn up mic volume. You can also be louder, dear. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, considering the chaos we're about to ensue, we'll see how this goes. So, for those that are unfamiliar with Humblewood, and usually what that entails, is think of things like Disney's Robin Hood, or The Secret of Nim, or The Great Mouse Detective. It kind of has that aesthetic of modern humanistic medieval times with more woodland creature characters, and humans don't exist. So, with that, we're going to go ahead and get into our setting, which is very simply, welcome to the Alder Tree. It is a gigantic tree that spans hundreds of miles wide. There are several established communities within the tree, from the highest bough to the lowest burrow, and all are buzzing with activity as everyone sets up for the Gloaming Festival, or aka their equivalent of Halloween. All these characters are coming in. They are either traveling inward or they're established residents, and again, we'll just kind of go through one by one to see where they're at in the tree and where they're going. Nope. Oh gods. Why, God, why? Alrighty. Oh, why? It doesn't like me.
What's
Sorry,
happening?
one moment. Resetting up my ambience. Because the cameras are where the cameras are. And I swear to God if that drops out again. Anyway, so with that, we will start from the bottom up. Button. Where are you at? Where are you coming from? Where are you going?
Well, Buttons is not from around here. They are town hopping as of now. They just got kicked out of the last town they were in, which is a recurring theme for them. And they are likely like skittering around one of the busier streets, trying to see what people drop. Food, trinkets. Because the reason they're here is they heard that there were exotic wares at this festival.
Ooh.
Buttons
Alright.
loves some fancy trinkets.
Alright, so where in the tree would you say that you are?
But where would they be? Sorry.
We have the
Cut out.
Council Plaza, which is like higher class, sort of seated government. We have the Boughs, which is a little more arts and Renaissance eras. We have the Canopy Market in the center. We have the Branches, which is a little more residential, but a few sights to see. There's the Bright Hollows, which is like in the trunk of the tree. And then we have the Underfall. It's just the root system underneath the tree.
I think I would be probably in the market, in the
Alright.
canopy.
Okay. So, in the Canopy Market, it's sort of a, sort of a bowl, if you will, at the top, where pretty much all the branches start to literally branch off. And you just sort of see like a mixture. You see more the avian and... My brain stopped for some reason. You see a mixture of all sorts. You can see like little hedgehogs, trying to peddle their wares. You see like avian owls and strigs and raptor birds just kind of clawing around and poking at each other. You see a mixture of rabbit folk and a couple fox folk and a couple pronghorn folk, because I do not remember the species names off the top of my head. So, from there, you just see a lot of goods, a lot of trade, a lot of back and forth. Go ahead and roll me a perception.
Perception. Perception. Ooh, that ain't bad. 19.
So, with a 19, you probably see a couple of... You see a little, like, peregrine falcon raptor. They look a little rougher around the edges, a little more street rat attire, if you will. Patchy clothes, threadbare. And you just kind of see them pretty much doing the same thing that you're doing, kind of eyeing people, looking for marks. And you see this one just kind of sneak up behind this very academic-looking barn owl. As he's just kind of going on and on, like, oh, yes, I found this particular item down in the Underfall, a lot of excavation in the Underfall, you will, and just really sort of trying to build up what he's boasting about, trying to be like, oh, yes, this has got to be worth at least 3 gold, at least 5, honestly, and he just, as he's talking, he just kind of keeps upping the price a little more. Oh, I'm pretty sure this has been graced by the touch of a royal, if you will, my boy. It's fine. And you just kind of see the merchant rubbing their temples, going, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. And you see this little raptor come up behind and just quickly, sneakily, just like slice off a pouch and just kind of flap off into the higher boughs above the market. and he doesn't notice a damn thing.
I want to befriend this falcon friend.
Okay. So he went and flew upward.
Okay.
How would you like to go about doing that?
I have boots of spider climbing. I just walk up a wall.
Alrighty. Go ahead and give me a dexterity check on that.
Mm-hmm. Another 19. The first one was flat. This one is 14 plus 5.
Okay, so yeah, with the 19, you're able to track exactly where he went to. You use your little spider climb to get up there, and
Sorry.
let's
I
see.
think that was a 16.
16 will still work out
I
pretty
did
well.
a saving throw. Okay.
And you find yourself face to face with Nico. He's also in the NPC channel if you want to look him up real quick.
Let me find my friend. Yes, yes. I see him, yes.
All right.
Oh my gosh, I love him.
So, as you kind of come up to him, you kind of see him just kind of rummaging through, like, the pouch itself, trying to pull out a few things. He tosses a few things over the side as they fall back down to the canopy market and everything. And do you want to try and sneak up on him, or do you just want to full-on just walk up to him without any chill?
I want to sneak up to him only to tap him on his shoulder and be like, "What you looking at?"
Yeah, let me just go ahead and roll a perception for him.
Perception?
Nope, that poor bugger. He does not even hear you come up as you tap him on, and he goes, "Yeah, what? It's mine. Found it, fair and square."
Howdy. You good thief.
Yeah. What's it to you?
Well, I'm always in to fleece somebody. You seem to be familiar with this place. I'm from around here. I heard there were exotic wares, and I just thought, wow, I could steal some of them. Check
Good
this
luck.
out. I reach into my mouth.
All
I
right.
reach into my mouth and pull out, like, some random necklace that I stole off of somebody. Is probably worthless, but I'm like, stole this.
Now, a question about your mouth.
Yes. I'm a chipmunk. I can keep shit in there.
Does stuff stay dry?
No. It's
Okay.
a mouth.
Okay.
No. It's a wet, worthless necklace.
So yeah, as you
There's
pull it out,
drool
and
dripping off of it.
yep, he just kind of looks at it. He's like, "Okay,
Could be helpful. Tell me what's going on in this here place.
I mean, it's like the Gloaming Festival's kind of going on. Everyone's kind of excited and set up for it, and it's usually prime pickings. But unfortunately, that fella, and he takes the pouch, kind of dumps it out now, just on there. We're talking like bits of rock that have like etchings scratched on it. Just like Indiana Jones making fake artifacts kind of thing. Like, and I don't know what the hell this is, and it's like this weird like little medallion brooch thing with sort of a purple-ish metal with an eye on it. Not like a realistic eye, just sort of like that drawing of an eye. And this, I don't know what that is, and just kind of sets that down. Like, this is kind of worthless. I can't fence any of this. So, I mean, there's a few. People are still coming in, though, so as time goes on, we'll be able to probably pick a few more pockets, I guess. There's only
You
one...
want to team up?
We can try, but there's only like one rule, is that we don't steal from women or children.
That's cool.
All right. And he kind of extends out a hand, like,
Are you part of a gang?
I'm trying. the whole thing, you gotta prove yourself, and it's not as easy, especially when you pickpocket dips like that one down there. As he just kind of gestures back down to that owl, who's still
Yeah, it was a
boasting
right mighty
and
dip.
overselling his item.
Right mighty dip.
I mean, sometimes he's got some good stuff on him, but not lately.
Oh. Huh. What's he do? Why would he have such good stuff and then all of a sudden get such crappy stuff? You get fired or something?
Well, he's part of the historical society. He's a treasure hunter.
Oh.
He's digging into the dirt and trying to find things from the past, and well, let's just say that the historical society stopped, well, for lack of a better term, buying his crap. So, that's doing all right. Gonna go ahead and ask you to roll me another perception.
Okay. Nat 20! Holy crap!
Fantastic.
So that
'cause
was
he
the-
got a 19.
Yeah.
So as you're having this conversation, he's kind of giving you the lowdown of, some folks that you mess with, some that you just don't mess with, and all of a sudden you hear this chugging sound, this clicking, this whirling as you both look back down into the canopy market. And you see this weird rolling contraption also in your NPC section. He's the very top one. It's this like little mobile home that's just kind of rolling in on a very rudimentary steam power that's coming through just and finally just kind of plops down and starts to kind of unfold a little bit to create a sort of mini stage, like a little puppet show stage. And out of it comes a foxfolk with one monocle steampunk eye and a very ratty leather trench coat, very form-fitting, but it's got all sorts of weird little knickknacks and gadgetry on it that looks more decorative than functional. And he's got a little cravat, rough woolen vest, and as he's kind of setting things up, you see this mechanical rabbit companion just kind of hopping around, just kind of circling the entire stage. Very small, we're talking marionette puppet stage. So, not big. And you see Nico, his eyes get really wide and go, now there's a lot of new shinies.
Let's steal that rabbit.
I
gold
want to go
50-50.
for the rabbit too, but that rabbit is patrolling. See how it's hopping around?
Nah,
That is a watcher. That is. We don't mess with that, but how good's your get help game?
Am I the person who is playing dead, or am I the person screaming for help? I can do both, but I like to scream more.
Sorry, just gotta keep it clean. Gotta keep it.
Family show.
Uh-huh.
Family.
Attempting. The attempt is gonna be there. So with that, give me you know what? Let's flip for it. And he grabs the little medallion brooch with the metallic purple eye and goes, all right, call it eye or blind.
Sorry. You might have cut out for me a little bit.
Okay. He looks at you with the purple medallion eye and goes, okay, eye or blind. Call it.
Blind.
All right. All right, you can scream this time.
Yeah.
All
My
right, and with
goodness.
that, you guys kind of make your way back down, and you can already see a crowd forming around the little puppet stage and everything. Like there's a lot of fascination as you see like little mechanical like mice popping up and doing like little dances, little sheets on strings coming over like little ghosts, those little hand puppet ghost things going back and forth. It's telling a story of a haunting, which seems very appropriate for a harvest festival. Okay, with this, I'm going to need you both to do a performance check as the crowd is becoming very quickly enraptured.
Where does Nico want me to, like, lead the crowd?
Okay, well, I mean, if we're kind of towards the back. All right. So I'm gonna do the fainting. You start doing screaming, and as soon as everyone starts to come towards my way, and especially if the fox guy comes my way, you try to make a dash for whatever you can.
All right.
All right, gonna need a performance check from both you and him.
All right. $11.
Okay. And go. Get help.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! He's fainted! Somebody do something! Somebody! Oh my goodness! What happened? Breathe! Breathe! Is he breathing? I'm not a doctor!
And with that, as you look down at him, he's making like these horrible like hacking, coughing sounds. Because for some reason he went with the slowly like dramatic death instead of just full-on fainting. So, because he rolled like a 6 on his performance.
He can't breathe! He can't breathe! What's happening?
And just like, as he's just kind of like, trying to like, he's giving himself whiplash trying to indicate that you should make a run for it. Just. So, with that, I need you to. Let's see, I'm going to go with a dexterity. Because I assume you're going to just dash right for the stage. Find the closest thing that you can. What do you want to try to do? What are you looking for?
I am looking for... I mean, obviously we know the rabbit is valuable. I'm looking for anything of that sort that isn't as dangerous.
Okay.
Alright,
well,
Dex.
You do see that there is a door on the side of the stage. You do see some like the puppetry marionette mechanical mice that are on the stage as well.
So there's the mice and then the...
You can try to go for the side door, see if there's anything else.
I want to go for the side door.
Okay, go ahead and... I'm trying to remember, is there a lock picking? No, sleight of hand. Sleight of hand. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand. As
I got a +8 in that.
Uh-huh.
And that's an 18 plus 8, 26.
Oh.
How do you do it? It's like... Buttons actually does that with their little fingers. They go... Family show.
With the roll
family
that high,
show.
yeah. Don't forget the Hawk Tua treatment.
Yes.
But...
Buttons goes Hawk Tua and uses their... they shove their hands in their mouth and then use their little chipmunk hands and fingernails. Just like innuendo the lock.
Alright, so with that, just click, click, pop. You manage to get in there and open it up.
And then first I'll like do a quick peruse, pretend I'm checking for traps. I don't know what that would look like. And I walk on in.
Alrighty, so as you are quickly looking around, there are like a couple of workbenches with a couple of half-finished projects on it. You definitely do see some like wind-up toys. You see bits and pieces of like cogs and springs. And towards the very back, you do see something covered in a light tarp. Vaguely humanoid shape.
For the tarp. I say that out loud. It's like, I'm going for the tarp. The most important things are usually hidden.
Right? So, as you pull back the tarp, you see sort of the mechanical body of another fox folk. Half completed. It's missing a couple panels off the torso. It's got like half the face on there, but it's got very fine, delicate, feminine features about it, and a big sort of a crystal in the chest.
Well, I can't steal this Pygmalion-looking thing. I've heard the myth of the pig that was also named Pygmalion. I'm going for the crystal. He's kind of trying to smooch this fox lady. That feels yucky, so I'm stealing this crystal. I assume it's something important.
Okay.
And I assume it's like a power source or something. So I'm gonna take the crystal.
Okay.
Buttons is saying this in game very quietly to themselves.
Like, I'm gonna take the crystal because I don't want this to happen. I'm gonna take the crystal because it seems very important, and it seems shiny. And it's the most easy to transport, and it's in the covered thing, so it must be the most important thing.
Okay, give me a dexterity.
That's logic.
So, God, I love my little chaos characters. Alright, that's a 15.
So, with the 15, you're able to get in there just fine. It pops out, and this crystal has like a metallic ring that comes with it. It's almost like a jewelry setting that's stuck in there. Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Okay. 12.
Okay, so with a 12, you swear you hear whispers for half a second, but then it's like, okay, that was weird.
It's a normal Tuesday afternoon, morning, evening, night. I don't know what time it is.
So,
Well, I gotta
with
get
that,
out of here.
I put it in my mouth.
It's my purse. It's my own personal bag of holding. Hold.
all right, with that, you
Just put
get
the
it in there,
crystal
you
in my
scurry
mouth.
out there as fast as you can, and you find Nico just kind of slowly pulling himself up, just trying to look dazed and confused. Let me see if his performance got any better. No, not one. Oh, so with that, he's trying to like really play up the Elizabeth Swann fainting on the beach kind of performance. And eventually you just kind of see him being held by the scruff by the fox gentleman who owns everything. He goes, "You're not the first one I've come across. Let's go ahead and talk to someone else about this," and drags him off. And Nico locks eyes with you and just shakes his head. Nope. And just, you are now on your own. He'll flash you the little purple medallion and just kind of drop it on the ground. He is unloading anything he might have. And you see him being dragged off, and then you see the little mechanical rabbit begin its little patrol around everything and starts to close up the whole puppetry marionette thing. Oh, I will get you one day. Sorry, there is a gnat that has been taunting me for weeks. Flies right in my field of view. So, with that...
Buttons will, like, a single tear will run down Buttons' face. And just go... They just nod. And in their head, they're like, I will find this small friend. I will find them and I will save them. And then they discreetly pick up anything that Nico drops.
Yeah,
And then shoves that in their mouth.
and walks away very sad.
All right. So with that, so next question for you: Do you kind of alternate how you store stuff in your mouth, or you just kind of load on one side then the other?
Yeah, it's kind of like chipmunks. They'll move things around to different sides.
Okay.
So there is like disgusting like
Rearrangements.
when you see rearrangements and you can kind of see it, the skin kind of stretching over it. It's like
It's like watching those old truckers with chew in their mouth and they've got to rearrange it a little, you know.
I was thinking more like a baby's soft head and you see the brain moving inside.
Oh, I'm not sure which one's worse.
Both.
Okay.
Let's stick with the chew. It's quite gross.
All right.
It's like,
So with that, you pick up. You can only find the little purple eye medallion from earlier. Because that seems to be like the only thing like really valuable he had on him at the time, and you know, like maybe like a small pouch. I'm gonna say with like 25 gold in it. So he's now being taken off. And as you rearrange your mouth a little bit, you kind of start to hear the announcement of the, what do I call it? Not the Apple Bottom Amphitheater. The Apple Blossom. The Apple Blossom Amphitheater. As it's being announced that a performance will be taking place in 2 hours' time. Come one, come all. See the reenactment of the Battle of Bramblewell and whatnot. Yes, Shorty got them apple blossom jeans. Fox with the fur. So, that'll conclude your introduction into the Alder Tree. Let us move on to Forest Shade. Go ahead, your character, where they're at, what are they doing this evening?
Misu is having a nice roaming adventure in the, I think we called it the Underfalls.
Mm-hmm.
She is closely examining the roots and very poking things, kind of, stamping on the ground with her little foot and pulling out a quill and jabbing, just kind of testing the root system. Ooh, this bodes ill.
Roll me an Arcana.
Okay, 13. So, 13. Oh, I need to go to my sheet. So you have it in front of you.
Sorry, what? You broke out a little.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but what did you say again about your sheet?
Oh, sorry. Arcana, so it's +2. Okay, so 15. Sorry,
All right.
I am on my mobile, so I have to go between pages.
We're good. Patience is much virtue. Very well. So, with the 15, you start to poke at the roots, and the roots are not thrilled. You start to feel spiritual energy, both malicious and benign, shifting through. Something has disturbed the spiritual energy in the Underfall.
Oh, something dark and wicked is here. I must read the tea leaves and see what they say.
I'm just imagining like the witch from Men in Tights that's just like really crazy with wild hair.
Basically.
Okay. So, with that, where do you want to go from there? You now have got the vibes, the bad vibes from the vines.
So, I am going to see about finding a spot where I can find some leaves to brew myself some tea and drink it, so then I can examine and read tea leaves.
Alrighty. Do you find just a nice quiet spot? Do you just kind of plop right there, or do you kind of go back to your hovel?
I live actually outside of the tree, so I would probably walk up to see if I could find anything.
For tea?
So I don't know if it's up the root system or up to the next level, if you will.
Okay. Sorry, just for clarification, are you looking for a place to drink tea or make tea or find tea?
Sorry, you're breaking up, Humphrey.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I've got to resist my usual sound testing words. So, do you make your way up? You're shopping for tea, right? Or shopping for a tea place?
Yes.
Okay.
So I will be going up.
Alrighty, so you make your way up to the trunk market, which is about halfway up the tree. Here, things are a little more hedgehog-friendly when it comes to proportions and sizes. You've also got mice folk, a couple of weasels, even a stoat or two that like to arm wrestle each other and chase each other around. So with that, you do find... one second, back to the locations, because I laid this all out for reasons. You find yourself at the Wonky Acorn B&B. The sister version from the one that's up in the Branches district. They're usually known for, housing, but also a tea shop. And with that, as you walk in, a very familiar face, a very elderly mouse, like Mr. Ages from Secret of Nim. Just kind of goes, "Oh, yes, hello, dearie, hello. Can I get you your usual?"
Oh, hello, grandfather. If I can have some tea?
But I must ask you again, dear, your usual tea, or would you like to try something a little more adventurous today?
Oh, no adventure, please. No.
You sure? You sure? I've got this very nice spicy blend. Came in
Oh,
with a moose,
no.
of all things.
Believe me, I don't need something sharper than my quills.
Fair. Alright then, I'll just get you your usual then, and you let me know if you need anything else. And he wanders off and brings you back sort of a mulberry wine tea. All the usual fixins in a mulberry wine, but with none of the booze. Kind of brews it, sets it down in front of you. Just let me know if you need anything else, please, and thank you. And as he sees another customer come in, yes, welcome to the Wonky Acorn! And as you consume the tea, because it's mulled wine, it's got sort of a fruity yet bitter taste to it. As you make your way through it and look, there is sort of the clumps of tea leaves and chopped up bits of like raspberries and oranges and other citrusy fruits. Go ahead and give me an Arcana with advantage.
So, I rolled a nat 20. So, 22.
I think we're all set on that. So, with that, thinking back to... How old's your character? If you were to give me an age range?
Oh. She would be elderly, so, like, I don't know how long hedges live, but...
Oh, we'll go with standard human
70s.
years. In her 70s?
I think
Okay.
in his 70s.
Alright, and thinking back to all the years in your life, you've always felt a bit of a fluctuation of the spirit world and the veil between the living and the dead always happens around the time of the Gloaming Festival, without fail. But you've never felt it so malicious before. Something has been disturbed. And as you think about it and start to kind of examine the leaves a little more, like, something was taken that should not have been taken.
This bodes ill. I must tell someone, but I don't know who.
And as you start to feel more and more of the malicious spiritual energy, while you didn't feel it before as you were sipping your tea, it's finding you. you feel a direct, aggressive nature of arcana spiritual energy come straight for you, and before you have a blackout, you see a vision of a purple eye medallion. And you collapse.
Oh!
Yes, thank you. Yes. So, we'll come back to you in a moment. Let's come around to Mika. Where are you at? Where are you from? And what are you doing?
All right. I will be in that the central market area that that Shade is currently in.
Trunk Market. Okay.
Trunk Market. Thank you. So I will currently be walking around the Trunk Market, looking a little furtively, reaching over my shoulder, making sure that I'm not catching any familiar faces. I haven't been here for a while, and I don't think my crew would be here. My old crew, that is. But you can never be too careful. All sorts of people come in for festivals like this. So, as I am moving through the market, I am also looking for people who have just odds and wares you don't usually see.
Alrighty.
And trying to scope out things of interest or value, preferably both.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check, and since this is your old stomping grounds, I'm going to say with advantage.
Okay. Just check my modifiers real quick. So I rolled a 1 and a nat 20. So I'll take the 20 for a total of 22.
Alrighty. So, as you're just kind of walking around, looking at things, trying to look as nonchalant as you normally would, you do see a few familiar scratches in, like, posts in stores that, you know, your old bandit crew and subsequent, like, thieves guilds do exist here. You've had some, I'd say some passing encounters, but not like you're on anyone's radar, per se. But you do see the familiar signs of, like, effectively thieves' cant etched into wood here and there, a stone with the weird mark that directs you towards, like, the undermarket or something like that. You know, the usual familiar tells of, alright, I know this. So, that was the perception check, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. With the nat 20 as well, you do get sort of the hairs on the back of your neck prickling up a little bit. And you do catch sight of a silver falcon in sort of leather-clad armor that's very, like, intricately woven into itself. And as they are sitting there, sipping casually, you can definitely tell with their raptor eyes that they have got you locked. They're keeping an eye on you. They're not saying anything, they're not doing anything, but you definitely recognize the presence, the eye of the watchful.
Is this a familiar face, someone who I've encountered before, or is this more so just a standard guard?
Roll me a history.
Alright, this die has rolled 2 ones in a row, so that is a nat 1, and I am exiling that die.
So, with a nat 1, it's definitely not a guard.
Okay.
Their attire definitely leans more towards Thieves' Guild.
Okay.
So,
in that case...
Sure, let me just add this one last little bit here, and we can move on. And as you're just kind of looking around, you definitely know that this is an easy place for you to just kind of snag some easy coin. You know some easy twists and turns and secret passageways that may or may not still be there. But you can definitely find some things to steal if you feel the itch.
Alright. right. I'm gonna try to make myself scarce, and I would like to try to hide in the crowd and try to ditch this guy who's got me clocked.
Alrighty. I'm going to go ahead and say a stealth with advantage being your old stomping grounds.
Okay.
Also, hello, Smoking Barrel. Thank you for dropping in on our live.
That is a 22 for stealth.
22 for stealth. Okay, let me go ahead and roll for their perception. So, with that, you can easily disappear. You are a tiny raccoon thief. This is not very hard for you to really just get down on all fours and just kind of make your way through, but also just casually blend in. You know, you take off the goggles real quick, you pocket them. You've got a vest that probably flips inside out, so it's a different color. You know all the tips and tricks to just kind of go, phew, now you see me, now you don't, sort of thing. You probably do the full-on, Sherlock Holmes in Game of Shadows, where he's just casually taking stuff off people, scarves, hats, and just quickly redisguising yourself a little. And as you watch your tail, you definitely see them really trying to arch their neck. Their plumage is just fluffing up with frustration as they just kind of look back and forth, and you see now one dead eye and a deep set scar that comes through their feathers. And after a few minutes of them frantically looking for you, you see them turn their head, click a couple times, and go off in a different direction. And for the heck of it, go ahead and roll me a d20, just to see what you may have accidentally picked off someone.
I'm sorry, could you say one more time?
Roll me a d20, because in your attempts to redisguise yourself, you may have plucked something interesting or not.
All right, that is a 16.
So, with a 16, among bits and bobs that most people probably take a moment to go, well, where'd that go? And they must have dropped on the ground. In your pursuit, you nick a small journal.
Okay. As I'm adjusting the purloined scarf and kind of fluffing out my whiskers a little bit because they got kerfuffled. I'm going to smoothly slide against the wall, kind of ducking around the corner of an alleyway, and I will flip the journal up, bringing it up just high enough that it's covering the lower half of my face, but I can still kind of use my peripherals to see if anyone's checking me out. What's in the journal? I'm nosy.
Alrighty, so when you open up the journal, the journal itself is very ratty itself. This leather is very worn. It looks like this has been redone several times and rebound. But what you're currently looking at are... oh, I completely forgot the word. Archaeological notes. Full on, Milo Thatch level of nerd notes. They describe the Battle of Bramblewell and theories and extrapolations of where certain heroes are buried, certain items of interest, from lanterns to weapons to armor. A lot of it sounds very valuable, but the way that it's written sounds like, a child's Christmas wish list almost.
Do all of these things seem theoretically researched, or do they seem like items that this person has committed to recovering?
So it's sort of a mixture of both. And when you come to the first few pages, there's the itemized list of everything, and then corresponding page number of what research they found, where they might have found it, where it might possibly be located, confirmed, denied, myth, legend, rumor, hearsay, fact, fiction. They've done a lot of research of where these things may be. And as you kind of flip to the back of it, you do see a small... oh, sorry, that's the wrong... There we go, NPCs. A small, like, little scribble in the back saying, property of Scalar, Assistant Archivist for the Evertree History Museum.
It has been a while since I've visited the museum. Don't think they remember me there. Yeah, let's go take a look.
Alrighty.
So I will snap the book closed, tuck it into an inner pocket of my vest, and whistling an innocuous little tune, I will make my way towards the museum.
Alrighty, so takes you a little while, but you eventually make your way up to the Bows District, the center of art and culture. Nice little parks and little cafes, bistros, and you come across the Evertree History Museum and Historical Society of Alderheart. Dang it, I've been calling it the Alder Tree this entire time. It's Alderheart. It's this two and a half story building. It's definitely come a long way. It looks like it's been very well funded recently since you've been gone. And it has this like little mini bridge that leads to an adjacent tower. You remember it just being the tower, but it has clearly grown and expanded since then.
Before I go in, I'm going to do a little walk about the building and see have any thief crews marked this place. Do I see any shadow markings that would indicate that anyone's watching this place?
And go for a perception.
Okay.
Just
Could I argue investigation since it's small?
You know what? Investigation, go for it. No advantage, just because this is not normally a place that you remember being among the thieves' turf.
Sorry, I was asking if I could use investigation instead of perception. Because
You
it's
can use
small.
investigation. No advantage, just because
Heard.
you do not remember this being on the thieves' turf when you were last here.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Sorry. Little bit of audio cutting out, but my investigation is much better. So that is a dirty 20.
Nice. So, as you look around, you see where a thieves' shadow script once was, but has been painted over at least twice by now. And it looks like it even got scratched out at one point. So, while you don't remember the museum being on it originally, the building next to it may have used to be something associated, but has long since been deemed neutral.
Okay. So not an active mark.
Correct.
Does it look like it was associated with a crew that was familiar to me?
Give me a history check.
Can't hear him.
Does it look like it's associated?
Oh, sorry, I don't think I heard your roll.
Crew it belongs to?
What was your history roll?
Roll. I missed the
Aha!
history roll.
I think I just need to be close to my mic.
The joys of technology. Okay, so that is an 18 on the die, total of 21.
Alrighty. So, from what remains of the marks, it's not a crew that you're familiar with.
Okay. All right. So with that, I will make my way inside.
Alrighty. As you walk in, it is a building filled with like miniature dioramas, stacks of books, full-on museum, like battle reenactment layouts, old maps that are in frames and hung on walls with little plaques on pretty much everything possible. You see bits of old armor that say it belonged to so-and-so in this era of the Alderheart Wars or things like that. A jeweled necklace with like 3 glowing blue stones in it. Very heavy case of glass, saying that it belonged to this so-and-so, this, that, this other thing. And as you just kind of look around, and as you walk through, a bell does ding, summoning a little screech owl. Like very molted. Like, this is a very, like, late teens, early 20s kind of person. They've got big, thick, round glasses. They've got blue robes that kind of go down to their knees. Very nicely, like, filigree work done on them. And they just kind of have, like, a small stack of books in their arms and going, oh, hello! Hello! Hi! Welcome to the museum. One second, and just kind of sets the books down in sort of a haphazard fashion, straightens himself out, and goes, how can I help you today?
Good day to you. I've been hearing a little bit about some archaeological digs, and I was wondering about what your team's been doing. What sort of things you're uncovering. I haven't been in town for a long time, but I'm very interested in history, in this all this stuff. So I'd just love to learn more.
Congratulations, you've unlocked an autistic owl's special interest.
Let's fucking go.
Well, of course. Well, you said that you were here before. What do you remember from your schooling, history lessons, things like that? So I know where to start from.
Well, I'll admit, I slacked a bit, and I did not discover how much I loved to learn about this until much later in life. Though
Okay, so Mika is not quite sure what Beckett would know. I would like to give a feasibly persuasive bullshit answer that encourages this person to talk about recent archaeological digs or recent acquisitions.
Sure, I'm gonna let you roll a persuasion
Okay,
to see if you can steer the conversation that way.
excellent. Bum, bada, bum, bum. Let's go. That is a 19.
All right, so with a 19, you just kind of see his feathers all just kind of fluff up with excitement, goes, ooh, 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 and just kind of calms himself down a little bit. We have been working on excavating things from the Bramblewell battlefield that happened over 200 years ago. We're still trying to uncover artifacts and restorations, trying to really get a sense of what went down in the battle, because we've got a lot of lore, a lot of legends, a lot of real historical heroes that may or may not be as what can we say, as heroic as we're all led to believe. So we are really digging for the truth. Let's see, what have we found recently? We recently found a lantern, and he starts to kind of go off and pulls out several scrolls, sketches, and schematics. It is a sort of a traditional, it's not a square lantern. It's got a wide top and sort of a narrow bottom. It is hexagonal in shape, and it has very intricate metalwork and filigree. And the biggest recurring theme that you can see on it is that on every other glass panel is an eye.
now that looks marvelous. Is that some sort of arcane contraption? What does that do?
Well, we're not entirely sure what it does exactly. We actually had this brought up from an archaeological dig down in the Underfall not too long ago, and well, we did restore it. And we actually loaned it to the Apple Blossom Amphitheater for their reenactment tonight. Because we just thought it'd be a really awesome thing to, encourage people to come to the museum to look at things, and also, just have a little piece of history while they're reenacting history.
now that is wonderful. And you said the Apple Blossom Theater. That's the one that's up top, right?
Yeah, it's over in oh gosh, where is it? And he starts to look around for like the little flyer and everything for it. Like now he's like mad panicking because he does not have object permanence. Oh god, I autistic coded this character so much. Oh gods.
I feel a deep kinship with this character.
Huh? It's in my notes, I swear. But anyway, yeah, the Apple Blossom Theater is they're starting their what's it called? Their opening show. Their opening show is tonight. I was actually gonna go myself. If you wouldn't mind joining me, because right now we have where is she at? What is she doing? Because Miss Brennan Lomstead, she's the head curator here. She gets to do like the special announcement and everything, but yeah, I really don't have anyone to go with. Otherwise, I'll just be kind of awkwardly sitting there by myself. If you aren't doing anything.
You know, I got a little bit that I need to do around town, but that sounds absolutely delightful.
And you see just the feathers behind his little ear hole just like really just kind of fluff up a little with excitement. It's like, wonderful, wonderful. Well, I've got a few more hours here, and would you like me to meet you there? Would you like to meet me back here?
Tell you what, I'll meet you back here. When you off work?
Sorry, one more time?
I'll tell you what, I'll meet you back here. When are you off work?
Well, I mean, I've got a few more hours here, so, let's see, the show, still awkwardly, like, side shuffling for the flyer itself, and just kind of pulls up and says, oh, I hate it when they do this. Actors, I swear, it just says sundown. That could be...
Oh, alright.
Anyway, but everyone has a different sense of what sundown is, especially when you're up top or if you're at the bottom. Like, sundown can mean a lot of things. But anyway, I have like reserved like seats, so we don't have to worry about crowds or anything. So I would say, let's see, sundown up here is like 6:30, 7 o'clock. So I'll be here because honestly, I live in the tower next door, so it's not like I'm hard to find.
And what was your name, sweetheart?
It is Scalar.
Scalar. Well, all right, Scalar. I'll try to be back. Give us a good amount of time. We can walk and talk on the way there. But I'm looking forward to it.
And you just kind of see just like this little excitement twitch happen in his shoulder, as it was, ooh, wonderful. And like I can pull everything I have to kind of, you know, we can talk along the way, so I can really fill you in on the history.
I am looking forward to hearing everything.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'll see you then. Alrighty,
You take care now.
And with that, we will swap over to Tuxie. Give her some screen time there now. Alright, Tuxie. Have at it. Who are you? Where are you at? And what are you doing? Real quick, how's everyone able to hear her? Hear her just fine? Fantastic.
The mic a little closer, but other than that, good.
Alright.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
so here's what I'll do, my dear. When you start talking, I will just hit the... Okay, but yes, a little more, please. A little more volume, a little more vibrato. I love you, but you're quiet. It's true, she abuses me. Alrighty. Alright, we'll just kind of go with what we can. Okay. Can you describe your temple for us? and what it entails.
We just have where the pool is. Up at the canopy, right? Canopy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would probably be a strange building covered in metal spires that are protected with lightning rods. The Temple of Altus is known for helping to protect the Alderheart from thunderstorms. So it's specialized outfit. She helps maintain the lightning rod, I guess, is the long story short. So maybe it's part of the patrol of the market to check on all the lightning rods before the festival. Because there's weather coming in later.
Alrighty. So yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check as you make your rounds to inspect the lightning rods.
Looks like a 17.
Alright, so with a 17, as you're going around and through and inspecting everything, you do find a couple of rods that have, just kind of come loose with time, and, it's a festival. You've got teenagers that are probably, trying to climb them or, swing off of them, things of that nature.
Oh,
Um,
kids again.
One moment, I got you. Sorry, finally got the damn gnat. But I'm going to try a little Bluetooth thing.
Let's go!
So let me just put us in a break, and I'll return very shortly. So 5 minutes. If anyone needs to go to the bathroom, get some water, have at it. And we'll be right back. There we go. So, we are back with some technical refreshments. And for some reason, my webcam is frozen. How dare you? I
Dang
swear.
it.
I swear. Oh, okay. Of course, there's just not a refresh button. That'd be too easy.
At least I can hear myself on stream now.
Okay, cool. So that was the issue of...
2 steps forward.
Mm-hmm. Why? Why, gods, why? Okay. Okay. This is why I have 2 webcams, just in case this happens. So, we're just going to quickly switch over. Oh.
We can win against technology. Maybe.
Oh, I
You can fight us
swear.
every step of the way. But we got
Oh.
it.
Why? Why? Ah. Let's try this. Activate. Yay! Okay. It's not quite a refresh, but it'll do. So,
Yay.
let's see where to
He's
pick
moving
up.
again. Yay!
Yes. Alrighty, so
Considering our technical difficulties, I should probably start over effectively and try to describe better what was happening.
yes, let's go ahead and just do that all over once again. So, Tuxie, your character, who are you, where are you, and what you're doing?
Okay, to simplify, just so I don't wander off again, I am Zephyr, the Patu cleric of Altus, our thunder god, and I am currently checking on the lightning rods that we maintain around the Alderheart to keep it safe during storms.
Alrighty, so go ahead and give me an investigation check. It was a
I think I did,
16,
and it was a
right?
17.
17. Ooh. Sorry, I just heard myself echo in your mic. That is a slight issue, but we'll work through it. I'm just gonna turn away from her. If you said something, I did not hear that.
That's good, that means your headphones are working. I have
Alright.
it on push to talk.
Alrighty. So, with that, you start to find out that a couple of your lightning rods are a little wonky, a little wobbly, not too uncommon from teenagers, ruffians using these as climbing poles, or they like to swing off them. You even see sort of a makeshift tetherball game that's been set up on one. And you probably see about 2 or 3 like young rabbit and mice folks just kind of batting a ball back and forth.
Oh, they're actually using one of my rods right now.
As a tetherball pole, yep.
Well, I'll have to go over and try to gently shoo them away.
Alright, have at it.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Well, it's probably not going to go well, but... Did you say they were mostly mouse folk?
Mouse, they are mice, rabbits, and I'm gonna say like 1 weasel.
Okay. But
All,
just
like-
being they're significantly smaller than me.
Yes, they are all children.
Okay. Thankfully, I'm in my robes, so hopefully nobody will be too weirded out. But Zephyr will approach the kids. Just, kids, you really shouldn't be playing with this. You could get hit by lightning.
The weasel just kind of looks at you and goes, "Right, and I am the Dawn Mother." He's trying to be all tough.
You're a bit short for that, aren't you?
Tall enough, just you kind of see him puff his chest out a little bit, just the white tuft pushing through his little shirt.
He's gonna lean down so one of those big yellow eyes is pointed directly at him. Narrow the pupil a little bit. I'm like, you do know that the Dawn Mother is a bird.
Give me an intimidation.
I mean, that's not really what I was going for, but sure, let's just start with scaring kids. That's
Yeah.
duck dice wandered away. Looks like a 16.
Let's see. And he rolled a 2 for his resolve. So as you lean in, give like one big old eye, and it's just... and you start to kind of see him tear up and just kind of run away like a little weasel.
Oh, well.
And meanwhile, the other kids watch him as they just kind of go, "Oh crap! She just like intimidated our leader," and they just scatter real quick. Like one little rabbit child hops up, tries to undo the tie. Let's see how well he does. With a 19, so yeah, real quick, undo the knot, takes the ball, takes a string, looks at you, kind of scuffs his foot in your direction to just kind of disrespect you a little, and then they just hop off.
As they're running, she'll just be like, try to find safer poles to play with. The metal ones are dangerous.
They're a little young for the Apple Bottom Amphitheater, but, you know.
No, what now?
They are young for the Apple Bottom Amphitheater.
Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so I guess I will too set about trying to fix my poles and remove any of the stuff that's not supposed to be on them.
Well, the poles themselves
Like
are
the ball.
pretty much free.
Wow.
They undid the string, they took the ball, they took the string, and your pole is now back to what it is. It's probably a little janky at the base because they used it as a tetherball pole.
Yeah, I'd like try to repack the rocks at the bottom, that sort of thing.
Okay. You take a few minutes to do that, and it's sturdy enough.
Neat. No. Continue my rounds, I guess, for a little bit before I get ready to go to the theater.
Alrighty, well, you've made it like the easiest and shortest encounter, so...
I'm a cleric. I don't have exciting shit to do. Sorry. Swore. Didn't need to.
Like I said, PG-13. We're good?
I'm busy being responsible.
Alright, let's come back around to Shade. A few hours have now passed. As you wake up, you do find yourself in one of the smaller rooms of the Wonky Acorn Inn. You're by yourself. A couple of muffins are left on a bedside table, and another cup of tea also waiting for you.
Oh my goodness. Well, in my 73 years, this isn't the first time waking up in a strange bed. But... muffins? Oh, I remember my vision. Oh, by the gods. Oh, she kind of like clutches her head. Oh, tea! Lovely.
Yep. And as you kind of get on into it, you discover that the muffins are sort of a mixture of ripened blueberries and pumpkin. Not together, they're not mixed, but like a small assortment of like variety of flavors. It seems that the proprietor of this establishment, let's see, just for the funsies, with a 12, I'd say that you guys have definitely had some experiences together. To what nature and what end, I will leave you to decide, but you two are very well acquainted. So, after that, with enjoying your tea, which is now peppermint this time around, a little easier on the nerves, you eat those up real quick, you kind of recenter yourself, and while you do contemplate the visions, you just can't quite seem to get the two things that come to mind. There is a dark, Raven-esque vibe, looming, wandering, searching, like it's lost something. very purple ethereal tendrils wisping off of it. You see it mainly in the graveyard and old battlefield of Bramblewell, which you remember is at the base of the tree. Very abandoned, very old ruins. But you definitely feel the spirit is moving through the tree itself. A place where it usually shouldn't be, where it doesn't belong. And I will let you take it from here.
Oh, disturbance in nature. This is so distressing. Oh no. I must find someone to help me go to this place. Oh, a familiar won't be enough. But perhaps the familiar will find the right heroes to join me. I still have some pep in these old quills. Oh, she gets up from the bed,
Yeah,
grabs a couple more muffins.
couple creaks from the
Shoves
bed.
them.
You hear at least one hip pop in the process.
As I get up, there's some quills like stuck in the, fluff behind me. I get up and I'm gonna shuffle my way down and stretch. And I'm going to cast Find Familiar. I'm gonna see if I can summon a familiar to find me the heroes I must need. Yes.
Alright, what shape would you like your familiar to take?
Just a little black wasp.
Alrighty. And where are you heading after? Are you waiting for them to come to you, or are you heading out?
I'll be heading out and going, downstairs in the wonky acorn. And thank my patron. Oh, it's so lovely to be in your bed again. I mean, thank you for taking care of me when I fainted. Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't worry, dear. It's not the first time, and certainly won't be the last. We've known each other for quite a few years now, so don't worry about it. You don't owe anything, per usual. There is something that might interest you. I know that you're not really big on social gatherings and the like, but I did find this flyer, and as he pulls out the Apple Blossom Amphitheater, and as you look down on it, just sort of like reenactment of the Bramblewell battle, heroes of old and legends of legends, that sort of thing. And as you look at it, you do see the little black wasp that you cast for Find Familiar land on it as well.
Oh, the heroes. It has drawn the heroes. How ironic. It's called the heroes, but oh, wonderful. I must go to Apple Bottom.
Oh,
Shuffle
my
out.
dear, the Apple Blossom, that's up top. The Apple Bottom Theater is it's elsewhere. Anyway,
Oh, this apple nonsense. I don't live here.
as you just kind of waddle off, he just kind of looks behind you, and you probably definitely get the sense of he's checking you out, reliving old memories a little. And so, with that, I'm going to touch back around to Button.
Yes.
So, with your raptor companion in custody, you picking up his valuables and stealing a crystal from an automaton, where are you heading to next? What are you up to?
Well, I know I heard the thing about the theater.
Mm-hmm.
The Apple Blossom Theater.
Yes.
Buttons is new to the Alderheart, so I have yet to hear of the Apple Bottom Theater. But Buttons will likely try to find a quick place to hunker down and like stay safe because, you know, they just had a friend they quickly made a friend and then that friend got.
So you're laying low for a moment. Alrighty.
Yes, for a quick moment, I'm going to like scan around, try to, because Buttons probably knows that this creepy, Freddy Fazbear creator person, Fox person, probably is really powerful, and in general, well, Buttons thinks they can't do it alone, so they want to see if they can like spot either a like-minded rogue or potentially a gullible idiot who then they could befriend and then eventually tell them what's actually going on.
Okay. Alrighty, let's go ahead. I'm going to say, give me an investigation.
Mm-hmm. You better behave because I'm trying to get the party together, bitch. Pardon my language. Okay, I don't know how good that was. Investigation. Okay, 16. Not terrible.
Alrighty, so with the 16, as you're looking around, you start to pick up the familiar Thieves Guild markings. They're not too dissimilar of places you've been before. There's a generic like shape, but every city, every town, every faction has a little bit of a different, slightly varied version, but you're able to pick it up real quick and just kind of follow along where these lead. Do you want to trust and follow, see where it goes, or do you want to be a little more cautious?
I would like to be a little more cautious, but I would like to, like, I've noted that these people could potentially help me, and then I suppose, well, I want to try to find them, but I'm also like, you know, idiots are easier to find than masterminds, so let's see who I can find in the market who might be wandering somewhere, wherever I may be, near other party members, and see if I can find somebody who might be able to be helpful, or at least looks like they're also looking for something.
Okay.
And not in the sense of like they're shopping, but in the sense of like, something's up.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and kick over to Mika here for a second. You said you had a few errands to run before you meet back up with Skalar. Oh, you were lying.
I was absolutely lying, because I didn't want to. I didn't want to cause suspicion. Because I need to make sure that Skalar still has lots to jabber about whenever we meet up later. So for right now, I'm actually going to be. I've probably tucked myself into an inconspicuous alleyway so that I can really study the book, and I'm going to see if I can find any information about this lantern that they found there.
Okay. One moment. Because there is an entire section dedicated to this lantern.
As I'm flipping through it, there's a brief moment of, man, whoever wrote this has shit handwriting. Because I've never met an academic with good handwriting.
I can confirm my handwriting is atrocious. It looks like I haven't passed 3rd grade.
Alrighty, so from what you can tell and figure out, you can deduce that this is known as the Night Watch Lantern. Let's see. I'm just going to go ahead and read this off as is. See, though many guards of Bramblewell's Night Watch employed lanterns to keep their vigil in the darkness, this magical lantern was given only to their most trusted officers. And later became sort of a symbol for guiding the spirits to the afterlife. There are many versions of it, some fakes, some obvious phonies, but there's only one, the first, the original Night Watch lantern. Said to be buried with Tamina of the Night Watch, a hero that fell during the Battle of Bramblewell. And in the little notations of has been recovered, has been restored, on loan to the Apple Blossom Amphitheater.
Okay.
And on top of it, you also see like adjacent page notes and references to like other scrolls and books that detail its restoration and cleaning. And a very specific note that of all the 8-sided panels of glass, one is missing an eye. An eye medallion.
Okay. So it's missing an eye medallion. I'm gonna kind of like flip through cross-reference. Is there any information about that medallion itself? Is it a standalone piece, or is it just a fragment of the lantern that's not there?
It is a fragment of the lantern that is not there.
Okay. Is there any information about the ramifications of that?
Item is currently still being studied.
Okay.
Whether it is a magical item, or if it's just a really good copy.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, one final detail. Lantern currently is
any
inert.
other items listed as being on loan currently?
1 second. Did you hear that last bit I shared?
I did not, sorry.
Okay, you're good. It also has a notation that says lantern currently is inert. So just to kind of keep that in mind. Other items that have been put on loan to the Apple Blossom Amphitheater is a set of armor from the Bramblewell battles with no link to any current heroes or legends at this time. There is also a spear that is a replica of a magical spear also that's currently housed in the museum. So, fractions and pieces are at the museum, replicas with the Apple Blossom Amphitheater.
Okay. While I was in the building, did it look like they had any of their displays kind of in the front area, or were they all further in?
So the layout of it is you had your like battle dioramas like very much in the front, and anything that involved like antiquities or restoration projects, weapons, armor, jewelry were all a little more towards the back. And from what you can actually remember, you actually saw a workshop space off to the side. And it kind of looks like a D&D mini painter's nightmare. Like several minis in various progress of being painted, posed, several reference pictures, like 2 or 3 that are just like completely off color.
Okay. In the interest of not taking too terribly long here, I'm going to say that for the remainder of the time, I'm just going to kind of canvass the outside of the building, look around for potential escape routes. Beckett is currently planning a museum heist, but is not going to enact it at this time. So I will sort of idle that with working on my elaborate heist plans until it is time to pick up Scalar to go to the Apple Blossom Theater.
All right, we'll come back to that in a moment while you connive, plot, and scheme. However, before we fade off and back to Buttons, you see a black wasp start to just kind of poof out of thin air. And it's got a little trail of black smoke that just keeps starting to buzz around your head. And he attempts to swat it, makes it poof into a swirl of smoke, and it reforms. Swat, poof, reform. Swat, poof, reform. And it seems to be trying to get your attention. And we'll leave you with that.
Okay.
Buttons.
Yes.
As you are trying to find a place to lay low and follow the markings of the Thieves Guild, you also start to see a little black smoky wasp appear around you and start buzzing.
Food.
Puff of smoke.
Buttons
Nothing.
actively. Buttons just starts like jumping in the air, mouth open, just like, and just follows it.
Just aimlessly like, oh, gotta get you. All right.
I'm gonna get you.
All right.
Get over here. Come on.
Roll me
lots of
a perception with
Rumbling
disadvantage.
gruntings.
Perception with disadvantage, please, because you are now thoroughly
Okay.
distracted.
No. Okay. Disadvantage, you said? Okay.
Yep.
Wonderful. Ooh, this is so amazing. How does a 4 do?
So, with a 4, fantastic. It fits my narrative and railroading you just beautifully. So, with that,
Perfect.
you start to follow this little smoky wasp. You are now intrigued, fixated. The ADHD has locked onto this little buzzing bugger. And soon you find yourself far from where you were, all the way at the doors of the Apple Blossom Amphitheater.
Did I say bottom? Just keeps jumping.
Yep. Still following, and as you try to enter, you actually have someone stopping and going, "Oh, hello, dear patron! Hello, hello!" This little pigeon folk person in a Dawn Mother robe. "Welcome to the celebration. Please, here's a little commemorative lantern. Just, keep it lit and enjoy the performance." And it's like itty bitty. We're talking like maybe 4 or 5 inches tall, like made out of like twigs and and you still see
What
the
does
little
it look
black
like?
wasp. You know what? I got Pinterest pulled up right now, so I'm sure I could find one real quick. But it is made out of like
If it has an eye on it.
no. Okay.
Oh, okay, that's what I was asking.
You know what? I will go ahead and describe this just because my imagination's
Okay.
a little more fun. So it is made out of literal twigs and string. It looks like that these were like made by like children, little school students, like it became like a class project possibly. And they are just lashed with like very rough twine. They have like little paper face panels and sort of like a very like poorly drawn eye, like a toddler with a crayon. And there's an eye on each panel. It's 4-sided, it's very rustic, very rudimentary, and it's just got like this little magic globe on the inside. Very low kind of spell that's just pulsating like a little firefly. And as you're examining it,
Would-
you see the little
Would
black
Buttons be
wasp.
smart enough to be like, eye. The one in my mouth.
Go ahead and roll an intelligence.
Any advantage, disadvantage?
Straight roll.
Straight roll, okay. Nat 1.
No.
You are
And I think
oblivious.
my modifier is. It's a -2. I got a -1. Alright, so Buttons just sees this and then looks at the black wasp and goes, ah! Shoves the little toy lantern in their mouth. Dying. Continues on.
In all my days, I've never had someone roll a negative. Or even a 0. This is splendid.
This is comedy.
Yes.
Oh my god.
So
Buttons isn't smart.
here we are, Buttons. As I lay this out for you, you shove the lantern in your mouth, rearrange things a little bit, and now there's like a small, like, glowing dot on your cheek coming through your fur.
Oh my god.
As you follow this little black wasp to a random seat in the audience. You're just kind of in a mix of everyone and everything. And eventually, when the wasp finds a place to land, it just kind of stays there.
Am I not supposed to eat you?
Bzzz.
I try to like reach out slowly and touch it and be like, eh.
Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Ah, crud. What's my modifier for this? 6.
So, with a 6, as soon as you touch it, a disc of black smoke oozes out from underneath your hand. And you feel the absolute compulsion to sit and stay.
I'm sad. Okay.
At which point,
That'll
it's sort of the warm-up proceedings before a theater performance. You got full-on, like, baseball, like, people going like, nuts, drinks, cotton candy.
I'd like some nuts.
Nuts! Go ahead and give me a dexterity.
Wow. What happened to my luck? Oh my god. That's an 11.
Which is just enough. You catch the nuts in your hand. It's like this nice big old full bag of a mixture of like... It's like those cinnamon roasted nuts that you have at Ren Fair.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
Yep. So,
Say it with me, folks.
Nuts! The king's nuts!
Oh, now there's sugar all over everything too.
Yep. This is just a disgusting. No one should put their hands in my mouth.
I mean, that's true all the time, but especially if it's
But
one.
mine especially. It'll be sticky, and you don't know what what your hand is covered in.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like that, but it's gross. It's.
The touch, the feel of saliva.
I was
Yeah.
I was literally just no. It's like kid
Yeah.
drool all over the place.
Yes.
What that is.
You know, like
Oh my
Mika said earlier, 2 distinct flavors of rogue. So, so with
God,
that,
I love my one-shot characters.
so coming back around to Tuxie, as you're making your way to the theater, it doesn't take much. You are a cleric. You're experienced with weird, odd things. As a black, smoky wasp appears around your head, starts buzzing. What do you do?
Well, the first reaction would probably be to try the old hand casually, just.
Trying to swat at it.
Yep, as you try to whack it away, turns into smoke, reforms, keeps buzzing, like it's egging you on. And it's like, well, seems like you're already going that way anyway.
weird though.
So,
I'm gonna carry on the path, but like side eye the wasp the whole way, or literally keep one eye facing it while the other one's sort of tracking where she's going.
okay. So yeah, once the wasp and you start to kind of figure things out in tandem, it just kind of buzzes right next to your head, just slowly moving along in the air. Doesn't really need to
Just
guide you
right,
any.
right next to my head.
Close enough, like it's like above your shoulder.
Okay, just gonna pause, like look at it, and be like, "Can you fly a little farther from my ear, please? That's terrible."
Let's see how considerate it is. That is a 9. So it picks up your concerns and just goes like another 6 inches further to the right and about 6 inches forward.
Thank you. Uncomfy.
So, with that, you continue on to the amphitheater, and, sure enough, you get to the gates. You have another pigeon folk dressed in a sort of a jester-like attire that goes, "Hello, welcome, patron. Hello, welcome. If you're going to be here for tonight's performance, please take this." Hands you another, like, stick, twig, and string lantern, and goes, "Find a seat anywhere that works for you. No worries."
Okay, thank you. She's like looking at the lantern, sort of thinking about taking it apart while she's sitting down because she wants the shiny inside. But we'll go find a seat.
Yep, and as soon as you find a seat, sit down of your own volition, the little black wasp just disappears without an issue.
Oh, okay. Bye then.
Alrighty, come back around to Forest Shade. As you're making your way to the amphitheater, do you want to make any stops along the way, or just get there and find a seat?
I'm getting right there. I feel a little rickety right now. This is a long journey up this Alderheart tree. So I will have been just going straight there.
Alright, simple enough. You come across a little rabbit folk dressed in Dawn Mother robes, greets you at the gate to the amphitheater and goes, "Hello. Just find anywhere you like. The snacks are off to the side. And just kind of wave someone down if you need something, okay?" And as she kind of takes in your age a little more, she goes, "Do you need like a pad or anything? Do you need something a little more comfortable?"
Like, more comfortable? What, 'cause of my quills? Oh, I've never heard of such a thing. Out of my way. I, take my staff and kind of shoo.
Yeah, and like before she could even
Bristle a
hand
little
you
bit.
a lantern, she's like, "Okay then. Anyway," moves on to the next person. Okay, so I've got 3 of you where I want you. Alrighty, Mika. A few more hours pass. You've established your research, and now it is closing time for the museum. You start to see like little lanterns go out inside. Eventually, you see Scalar coming out the door. He's got like 2 or 3 books in his arm and like another in a satchel. He's ready. As he locks up, he just kind of pats himself down, lifts up one wing, gives it a sniff.
So I have in this time made an effort to try to make my outfit look a little bit more cohesive, still mostly purloined pieces, but the yellow scarf kind of clashed, so got rid of that. Have a couple other things, and I have pulled out of my pouch. I have a pair of goggles that are currently hanging around my neck, and I will make my way over to Scalar and just kind of nonchalantly lean into his field of view. You ready?
Oh, oh, yes, yes. Wonderful. So, well, we should just walk and talk then, and just kind of goes along, and he pulls out like the first book and starts going over like the Battle of Bramblewell and the excitement of like the misconceptions of this hero while he was heralded as like great and mighty was actually more of a coward. Another hero who very favored like a spear during battle actually was clumsy and ended up killing himself on his own spear. And how like the remnants that they have actually indicate that he broke it under his own weight. And then just kind of goes on and on and on about just like Sir Fortescue and others of that nature. And eventually, like book after book, like eventually he probably gets through like halfway through the second book before you like find a good spot where he takes a breath.
It is just fascinating how much you know. You're really passionate about this, aren't you?
Yeah, you could say that. It all kind of started like when I was trying to trace back my lineage, and it turns out that I'm like the great grand nephew of I don't want to brag too much. The first Night Watch.
Really?
Yeah.
So you probably got a personal interest in this here lantern you were talking about, don't you?
Yes. I have been like I've been given the privilege to help restore it and like really investigate it and try to verify everything about it.
So the one that y'all loaned out, it's the real deal, then?
It is. It is. I'm a little skeptical about loaning it out, but it's not my call at the end of the day. Our head curator thought it would be a fun little thing to add into this year's performance at the amphitheater. So it makes me a little uncomfortable, but it's just a performance. There's nothing can go wrong, right? I mean, actors are pretty respectful of the things that they're given.
Of course. I mean, surely they know that is priceless, and they know to take good care of it.
I hope so, because they don't make them like that anymore. We're not even entirely sure how it was made, but it exists.
So why don't you tell me about this ancestor of yours and what he did with this here lantern on the rest of the way?
Well, Tamina, she, well, as the legend goes, is, during the Battle of Bramblewell, just brutal battle, she effectively became the first, well, God, how do I describe it? We're not quite sure how the lantern was made or what it can do, if it can even do anything. It could just be metal and glass. We're still looking into it. But she was like the first one to help those to the afterlife. It was said that she was, like, once the battle was said and done, she would travel from body to body and, use her arcana abilities to see if the soul needed to be laid to rest, because those were horrible battles. People died in horrible ways, and some just... It's said that she had to fight the dead to get them to rest.
Sounds spooky.
So, after a long time, she finally got them all to be laid to rest and be at peace. And so, that's what we try to do with the Historical Society, is we try to respectfully exhume bodies, make notes of them, figure out who they were and what they had, and we try to just put them respectfully back in the ground. But, sometimes we have folks that dig things up that they really shouldn't be digging up, and they try to sell it to us, and then we had to hold on to it for a while, figure out where it came from, where it needs to go back, and try and return it. So that's just kind of a thing that we do on the side.
Well, I
Unfortunately,
imagine y'all have your hands full.
it's just me and the head curator right now, so it's very slow going. We've had to employ, well, I don't want to call him an archaeologist, but that's his title. He's more of a treasure hunter, and I never liked the things he tries to bring us. He actually tried to bring us a rune stone, but it was just a rock that he had pried out of the pathways and tried to carve a few things himself and try to make it look like it belonged, but yeah, it's not the
Anytime
greatest.
there's artifacts, you're bound to find grifters. But
Yep. We
I'm excited to see this lantern. Just knowing that it's real. I mean, golly.
yeah,
That's something that you never really run into.
no, and the fact that it is a one of a kind, it makes it even more special, and we hope to uncover its secrets one day. Shall we? Continuing on.
You lead the way.
All right.
And in his head, Beckett is seeing dollar signs.
Alrighty, so eventually, did I have the wasp appear to you yet? I did. So this entire time, this wasp has been darting around your head, and Scalar does not seem to be observant of it. Like, he doesn't see it. But as soon as it picks up that you're heading towards the amphitheater, it just kind of chilly, like, goes along. And eventually, when you and him get to the gates, you are greeted by a pronghorn. And same thing, Dawn Mother robes and everything. And just kind of goes, "Oh, hello! So, here are your lanterns. There will be a special cue to, when the time is right, to just raise them up. Well, I think that's pretty much about it. Snacks are to the left. And then Scalar just kind of pipes and goes, "Oh, hi, I'm actually from the Historical Society," and just kind of shows up like a very nice invitation. And Pronghorn takes and goes, "Oh, okay. Well, in that case, follow me," and leads you to sort of like a side VIP boxed section that has a really good view of the stage. And as soon as you make your way to your seat, that wasp also just poofs and disappears.
Scalara, I knew you said you had special seating, but this is pretty wonderful. You're doing important work, aren't you?
And you can easily pick up on the discomfort of, like, yeah. You know, it's I'm not here for the fame. I just like doing what I do.
Well, let me just say I am honored to be your guest. Would you like any snacks?
Oh, I think I'm fine for the moment, but you're welcome to find some if you'd like. And with that, we're going to take another quick break before the show begins for water, snackage, whatever you guys need. So, and we will be right back. Cool, awesome. Real. Oh wait, I'm not muted yet. Alrighty, and we are back. So, as all of you have made yourselves comfy and cozy as you can in an amphitheater, the sun begins to set, and as you kind of hear, like, as you can in an amphitheater, the sun begins. Sorry, I just heard my own voice in my ear for some reason.
I did too.
I shouldn't, but here we are. Sorry, I just heard my own voice in my ear for some reason.
Oh, I heard it again.
Yep. There seems to be some doubling.
Okay, let's give this a go. There should be no reason for my voice to be coming back through in a delay of any kind. We'll find out here in a few seconds if it happens again. If it happens again. Oh, what the hell's that?
It's such a long delay.
It is. That's what makes it really weird. Okay, sus. Everything sus.
Our stream is haunted.
It is spooky season.
It is. It's haunted. That's why we've been having so many issues. Ghosts. They don't want us to play D&D.
Misu senses the
The
disturbance.
disturbance in the force.
Okay, I am not hearing myself come back for any reason, so we are going to push on unless myself come back for any reason. So we are going to push on unless myself comes for any reason. So we are going to push on.
Are you watching your the stream?
I am not.
Are you watching your Oh, I heard me.
Okay. What the hell? Okay, we're going to pause that for a moment. Okay. Alright, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. And he looked down at the basket and, what am I doing with my life? These aren't my peppers. This is not my beautiful house or my beautiful wife. How did I get here?
And the days go by, water flowing underground.
Okay. Did Marin just echo?
I don't think I did.
But not on my computer. I don't know why. So you're good.
So, we're good stream-wise, yeah?
Yeah. Thanks.
So, we're good
Why my
stream-wise, yeah?
computer doesn't hear you anymore. That's assume my
So,
problem.
what?
No, just go.
What? I can't. I cannot just go because I'm hearing my own voice in a huge delay in my own ear. It is hitting the tism wrong. And it's inconsistent and it's making me mad. But anyway, I don't know if there's any settings that I need to... I do not have my stream open. I have ambient music open. I do not have Twitch. Nothing.
Are we live right now?
We are currently live, so let me just go ahead and put us back on another break. God.
Oh my god.
Okay. Let's see. New desktop. And we're back with hopefully less sus things happening.
Our stream is haunted.
Yeah. Apparently so.
That's what happens. Everyone's been haunted.
Alright.
Even you at home are haunted.
Don't look behind you.
It might be the black wasp.
I knew it. I should have eaten it. Not even
Tried
kept it
to
in my
eat it.
mouth.
Alrighty, so, soldiering on. So, as the lanterns start to light up and as the sun goes down, you start to see sort of a ballet interpretive dance of the Battle of Bramblewell. You see the opposition and the heroes, opposition to Cloud in like dark shrouds, almost like night wraiths sort of thing. Vicious makeup, masks that just make them look as horrendous as possible. Meanwhile, the heroes are all clad in like, bright outfits, all with like the Dawn Mother symbol on them and the heroic interaction and everything, and you just very interpretive ballet with battle stuff. There's not really an accurate way to like really describe it, but as you see it, you do see a very prominent like pigeon in a Dawn Mother robe come forth. God, sorry. For some reason, the audio is not hitting the tism right either. Okay.
Oh, the ambiance.
The ambiance.
Before
Yes,
everyone panics, it's just the ambiance.
It's just the ambiance. It's just the vibes.
the
vibes
ambiance is
are
ticking me the wrong way.
It's not the right vibes. Damn
It's
it.
really not, because that was like a Romeo and Juliet ballet that was going on. I'm like, that's not right. That's not what I'm going for.
Vibe.
This is spooky times. What the turtle?
So, as we're watching this interpretive dance ballet, I will be periodically, very quietly, asking Skalar for his interpretations of what they got wrong.
Oh my god.
He's gonna be so
You
excited.
are. See, this is how I know that you are also neurodivergent. Because what you're saying to Scholar is making me excited. And so I can only assume you are just drawing on what you want other people to say to you.
Asking them to continue on info dumping.
Yeah, like literally.
How to romance your neurodivergent nerd.
Ask
Just
them to
give 'em-
info
give 'em
dump.
space to info dump.
Like legit, you like, how did they get it wrong? Well, actually, that's me. If there's a period piece with any form of corsetry on screen, it's like, what did they get wrong? Well, let me show you.
Delightful.
Alright, so as they're starting their performance, and Skalar's just like, oh, it really wasn't that drab. It wasn't so much like black and white. Like, ugh. The artistic license is just a bit much. It's not, no, like, why did they dress up the villains in that? It wasn't that. It was, God, no one dressed in such drastic color schemes. They are all wearing kind of the same stuff. The only difference was the banners that was flying in the air is where you knew who the heck your friends were. Like, oh, and who makes a spear that long? Oh, for fuck. No, clearly that sword is wrong shape. That is the wrong shape. They did not curve that way. Oh, it looks like they got it from a toy store. Oh, jeez.
Becca's just nodding sympathetically and occasionally interjecting appropriate comments, and otherwise is kind of just keeping his eyes peeled for whenever the actual valuable thing comes on stage.
Okay. And as you make mention of it, let me just pull this up real quick. I am so glad I have my notes dead in front of me. God bless it. Kinda. Sorta. If I remember which app they're in. Alrighty, where are you? There we go. So, the narrator of the story takes center stage. Very boisterous, puff out pigeon chests and everything, making a couple of warm-up coos. As he just kind of stands there and goes, "Fear not, as the battle rages on. Unfortunately, a new threat is imminent, as the dead begin to rise." And you just hear Scalar going, "Oh God, the dead didn't rise, the spirits rose. Creating a whole new threat to the Alderheart tree. And putting our heroes in mortal peril. 'Cause how can you fight the undead?" And you just hear Scalar going, "Ugh."
So what is the technical difference between the undead versus spirits? Is it just a physical thing? Explain that to me.
Oh. So the undead is usually references to zombies and reanimated corpses, but no, versus the spirits rising and trying to continue fighting old battles. I mean, spirits technically can't harm the living. We're still trying to figure that out, but you can't fight an army of spirits. Okay, you just can't. It doesn't work that way. And here he is, just spouting off the undead, and he's vocally stimming very low whoos as his feathers are just ruffled with agitation.
Give him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder.
Yeah. He actually undoes a couple of buckles on his robe just to give his chest a little more room to flex as he's breathing. That very hot, awkward under the collar, just overstimulated of just wrong. So to which the narrator...
This boy. He deserves it.
So the narrator kind of goes on and even though our heroes had to flee to regroup, one remained. Sorry, making sure I'm pronouncing this right. Tamina comes forth with the lantern, and you see a reenactor, a dark raven, clad in very, very rudimentary, low-budget armor, almost reminiscent of cardboard that's been painted black, and just this person is very underqualified to have this role. It's it was the only black crow associated with the society. Comes out with a very tall staff and the lantern hanging on a hook. And you just kind of watch Scalar getting very uneasy as the lantern is swinging back and forth. And you hear the actor just kind of bang it on the ground. And Scalar going, and the actor going, "I am Tamina of Night Watch. I have come to guide these undead spirits back into the ground." This person's totally fumbling their lines. This feels like a last-minute replacement stand-in more than anything else. And it's awkward and everything. And suddenly you kind of feel everything get really cold. At first you think it's just the setting of the sun. I need Forest Shade to give me an Arcana.
Roll Arcana.
Yes, you roll Arcana as well.
Is the inside of my mouth feeling weird?
19. That's good.
Okay, so yeah, 16, 19 with your Arcana checks. you both start to feel like an undercurrent of awkward spiritual energy. It's starting to kind of coalesce. It's starting to make the air very thick and heavy, kind of weighing down the performance. It's actually visibly starting to like create like icicles across the ground. Tendrils of ice begin to creep up the stage, and the poor raven person in their costume, you start to see icicles like crawling up their leg. They can't move it anymore until finally purple tendrils of energy burst and start to swirl around this poor reenactor as they're trying to figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, the narrator, Pigeon, is trying to play this off of like, it's all part of the show sort of thing, while they're obviously panicking themselves, until finally the Raven-esque reenactor starts to be lifted up into the air, and a cocoon of energy is starting to swirl and concentrate around the lantern and the body, until finally a very concerning, very uncomfortable ethereal form begins to emerge. Much larger, much more grandiose, almost like an overlay to this poor reenactor. And to add to it, I have a picture, a screenshot about to drop in the side here. As the spirit of Tamina forms, and there are like ethereal blue wispy not elves, owls, because those are definitely the same word, start to kind of swirl around, fly through the audience. And Button, you start to feel like a very uncomfortable cold developing in your cheek. And-
Buttons will reach in to their mouth a little and feel where it's coming from. They don't want to take it out because they're like, It's like when you're feeling for your keys in your bag.
Okay. So, do you actually want? How do you want to try and get it out, or are you just kind of trying to rearrange it to make it more comfortable?
I'm trying to like reach and find it, like where you're like, when you think you forgot your phone in your bag, or it's like trying to just feel for it and try to figure out what is causing the cold.
Okay. So yeah, it's your cheeks. You have a pretty good idea of what's in there. You're familiar with all the shapes that you shove in your mouth.
So it's. So I'm guessing Buttons is like, it's the. Yeah, I heard it too, man. So I'm guessing Buttons is like, that's the medallion.
It's the medallion.
Wait a minute. Where's the wasp? Is the wasp gonna help me? What do I do, Mr. Wasp or Miss? I don't know. This is the same structure as bees.
So as you're panicking, the ethereal form of Tamina on the stage is really just kind of becoming a looming, intimidating presence. And just kind of really, the staff itself has now reshaped into something a lot more wicked. The lantern itself is now starting to glow like a deep ethereal purple, and the little eyes on each pane of glass are lighting up. And just in a very like deep Kenku sort of voice of, "Who dares to violate this night? Who dares steal and pillage and defile the dead? Who among you is to blame?" And its eyes, now purplish flames, lock on to the narrator, who has now pooped himself. Just this little sploot on the stage. And just thump, thump. And you hear just the talons grinding into the floorboards as it steps, looms over this poor, poor pigeon. Is it you? And reaches out a finger and touches his beak. You see his eyes light up this bright purple. And you see him collapse to the ground after a couple of seconds. No, it's not you. And again, the ethereal form now separates itself from the reenactor, still keeping the staff and lantern in hand. And you see the poor raven actor just collapse to the ground as well. Looks around. A couple of uncomfortable cracks as it focuses on Button. Stretches out a taloned hand and flicks its wrist as you feel the medallion, for lack of a better term, it doesn't actually harm you, you just feel very uncomfortable, like it being yanked out of your mouth. Swirls and reattaches itself to the lantern.
That was yours. There was a guy, and then a guy stole it from him. I didn't know. Sorry.
It starts to approach
Mike
you.
is picking me up.
It is. It's very squeaky and it's perfect. So Tamina starts to make its way over to you. Reaches out a claw and touches you on the forehead. I need a wisdom saving throw.
Can Buttons use uncanny dodge and just like and skitter away?
Remind me what uncanny dodge entails. It's been a while.
It means you get hit and you can take half damage, I believe. Let me see. Reaction. Uncanny dodge. When an attacker you can see hits you with an attack, you can roll a reaction to half damage. It's kind of more of a battle thing.
Okay, so it's a damage buffer, not necessarily... Okay.
Yeah.
So, wisdom saving
Can
throw,
Buttons
please.
Dash? No, I don't wanna. Okay, that's not terrible. Okay, wisdom. That's a straight 18.
Okay. So, as it touches your forehead, you start to be thrown back into your memories, replaying as you feel the spirit rummaging through everything you've experienced over like the last 24 hours. Finds the memories of Nico and where he got it, and seeing your memory of Nico pilfering it off of the archaeologist.
Hurt
And
Nico? You can hurt the archaeologist.
and as it kind of pings that final memory, pulls back and goes, "It's not you either." And it starts to scan the audience.
Goodness.
And you start to see a lot of people getting really uncomfortable and trying to make their way very carefully, very cautiously towards the exits. Searches around a little more. It's like, they're not here. I will find them! Smashes the staff into the ground, and just an explosion of purple sparks and smoke. And the amphitheater returns to normal. Meanwhile, the narrator takes a moment and goes, "Let's give it up for our guest performer! What an entrance!
We ain't got no time for and everybody clap. We ain't got no time for that trope. We got a monster on the loose.
Zephyr is legitimately going to stand up and say, "Oh, shut up!
Yeah, so is Buttons. Buttons is gonna,
Not an actor."
yeah, Buttons is definitely like, like, and everybody.
We're not doing and everybody clap here, bud. Everyone get out of here. Get somewhere safe. I'm being
Zephyr wants
responsible
to-
for the first time in my life.
Zephyr wants to talk to, like, just look at Buttons. This big owl thing with huge yellow eyes is now looking at you. Like,
Oh. Which one are you looking at me with?
pick one.
Pick one.
Okay.
Pick one.
I'm going with left.
Okay.
My left or your left?
Whichever.
Monster. Okay. Ha.
Do you
have an idea
who it's after?
Yeah, there's so there's a guy who I met. He's a little falcon guy. He's not the one who should be in trouble. He's actually in trouble already, and I gotta free him. And I gotta kick a little fox mechanic man's ass. But he got that off of a treasure hunter guy, archaeologist sort of kinda, who's like a bit of a fraud from what I understand. And he's like a treasure hunter, and no one really likes him anymore. He's kind of a piece of shit, and he's an owl. But him being a piece of shit doesn't have anything to do with him being an owl. But is this treasure hunter guy?
Zephyr's gonna start blinking, but
Treasure hunter.
it's like one eyelid and then the other
As you're talking,
as you're talking.
so.
Yeah, is it
What does he
owl
look
So,
like?
treasure?
Can we
what does he
find
look
him
like?
because he
Can we
might
find
die?
him because he might die?
I don't remember his name.
Okay.
Something. He speaks a very grand. He's like, "Oh, looky here! It's a big, expensive medallion thing. So fancy." That was the worst impression I've ever did in my life. Yes, you raccoon in the back. I see you waving your hand.
So over the as panic is starting to break out, and I have been watching this at first and just sort of like, special effects. Oh shit, that's not special effects. And I kind of nudge Scalar. Hey, your ancestor was one of the good ones, right?
You currently see him doubled over, heaving with panic, as he just watched
Okay,
the
buddy.
artifact that he worked so hard on is now gone.
Part of it was in a chipmunk's mouth.
Let's reconvene. Come on, bud. And I am kind of listening to all the different conversations, which is how I hear the discussion about the archaeologist. And I'm gonna kind of pat him on the shoulder again and kind of be like, hey, you want to get that back, right?
Yeah, hold
Yeah,
on.
I'm sure you
And up just kind of comes up like a half-formed pellet of just.
Oh, poor baby.
Oh, gods, no.
The stream. Your stream dropped.
Not again. Not again.
Well, we have Spooky Crow haunting us now, so at least we know who
We're
who to
even
blame.
more haunted.
Mm-hmm. So now that the theatrics are over, let me just swap over to a more spooky-esque thing.
Okay.
Oh, and Buttons definitely takes the moment to shout very loudly. And who said that dang wasp after me?
Which is a great
Oh,
time
that's
for
what
y'all
you
to interact with each other while I get this sorted.
Oh, that was you.
Um,
Ah, you're
That
adorable.
was
Oh my
me.
gosh.
I saw that raven in my tea. that was the one.
You saw it in your was it so small? It's huge.
Oh, it was the vision. It was the vision of nature, my dear.
You
You
mean
must
like
heroes.
what you see with your eyes?
You must be the heroes that summoned. Oh, yes.
I don't think
Yes,
I'm.
it has a name.
right. Okay.
I don't think I'm a hero. I think I get kicked out of every town I visit. I said that too loud. No one kicked me out. I haven't threatened anyone yet. Nor have I killed no one. You didn't
y'all were
deserve it.
Oh,
Y'all were talking
no.
about-
I was gonna say, heroes come in all shapes and sizes, little one.
Okay. This one has eyes. And I'm pointing at the two. At Zephyr. Quick, everyone go around. Hi, my name is Buttons. Apparently heroes. I'd like to know character introduction.
Beckett, Charm. Hey, we're gonna try to find this archaeologist, right? Right, Scholar? We're gonna go find this archaeologist. And if y'all feel like helping, then that does sound
Help?
lovely.
She
But
ripped something out of my mouth. No one goes in my mouth without my permission.
that good policy. Yeah.
I'm Zephyr. We should probably go because that thing's probably a lot faster than we are.
Oh yeah, probably. I can go real fast.
I am Misu, and the wasp is saying we should go that way.
Okay.
I'm gonna eat it.
I
Scholar, you good to come with us?
Yep. Yep, I'm good. Okay. So we're gonna have to look for Professor Cato. Um. Okay. He's probably gonna be further down the tree. He's most likely gonna be. Um. God. He's probably gonna be in the undermarket or something. Okay.
Chin up, darling. I know a real fast way. All right. Let's go.
Rebecca, you bring your boyfriend with us.
What?
You guys, you're his boyfriend, right, Becky?
But I mean, that's we just
No, no. Uh, uh, are
Whatever you
we?
say, whatever you say, Becky. With the soulless, tiny, beady eyes, just just strained winking. Whatever you say, come on.
Meanwhile, Scalar is once again becoming very flustered and just okay. So we'll probably want to go to the Bright Hollows. That's
Zephyr's already gone. She was instructed to follow the wasp and has done so. She just straight up started marching after the wasp and left you guys behind.
all right.
Pineapple lady.
so. With that, we can do a little montage of you traveling back down to like the lower parts of the tree. And eventually the wasp leads you to a sort of a rickety pieced together shop. It looks like it's just been an add-on with an add-on with an add-on. Still nice looking and somewhat coordinated, but you find yourself at a place called Alon's Antiquities and Remedies.
Do we go in? I say I go in. Who wants to go in first? Go in first. Should we scope the place? Let's scope the place.
Yeah, Zephyr's gonna look at the wasp.
The wasps have all just kind of seemed to converge, floating around the building, the
Oh my
door.
god, there's more than one.
And you want us to go in? What you want, Buzzy Buddies?
Fuzzy buddies, that's actually real funny right there. Oh no, I made her.
I believe wants us to go in.
Okay.
Knocks
Knocks on the
Uh,
door.
At which point, a small light appears, as if someone is carrying a lantern through the establishment.
Is it normal color right now?
It is normal color right now.
Okay.
Just a dull, pulsating yellow of a flickering light.
Mine is blue, for anyone who's asking. I have one hanging on my back.
Good to know.
And
Just stay away
eventually,
from purple light. Don't put it in your mouth.
you hear like several sliding bolts and a couple of chains, and finally the door just kind of a heavy creak pull open, and you see like this disheveled owl with deep, piercing yellow eyes, sort of a orangey coloration around him. Very ruffled, very haggard. Just kind of looks at all of you like, what?
Is everything okay?
There's
There's been some spooky things happening tonight, and we're a little worried about an archaeologist
A treasure hunter.
that
He's a
A
bastard.
thief.
Bastard thief.
Okay, what problem is that of mine?
Well, there's
Are
a big
you-
scary ghost lady on the loose, and she's gonna kill him. Or worse. So,
Have you robbed any graves lately?
oh yeah, he's a
Sir?
grave robber.
Just kind of looks at you, Shade, and just... No.
Have you seen a weird purple lantern that can apparently summon angry spirits?
No.
An angry spirit who's currently wandering around town right now looking for someone who's defiled graves.
No.
Do you know an archaeologist or slash treasure hunter, whatever?
And you hear Scalar pipe up going, Professor Cato, we're looking for Professor Cato. Ugh, gods. What did he do now?
He defiled a grave, summoned an angry ghost lady who is definitely gonna kick his ass, which honestly I think he might deserve. But he's unleashed hell on all of us. And I want to serve him up to the ghost lady on a platter. A big platter. Or a tiny one. Which one would be more humiliating?
Tamina's spirit.
Oh, Tamina, that's her name.
Okay. Just kind of takes a quick look around, up and down the ways, and just come on in. I don't know. Just come on in. Opens the door wider as you all file into his shop. You just see a very haphazard, like just collection of everything. Scrolls, books, tomes, jars filled with indescribable, weird, kooky things. And as he closes the door
Buttons will
behind you...
definitely be eyeing some to put in their mouth.
You know, closes...
Just randomly reaches on a shelf and shoves something in their mouth.
Give me a sleight of hand on that, and while you do that, you hear him start to close up all the bolts and the chains and the locks, and... Do any of you want a drink?
I'd love one.
I rolled a 24. So Buttons just goes,
Okay, that's 2. I'm assuming 2. Kind of looks at Scalar and goes, You're gonna need a drink, otherwise you're just gonna molt all over my shop. And just kind of turns, shuffles, sets the lantern down, opens up a glass cabinetry that looks like it's full of potions, but it's like, no, it's just his spirits cabinet. Starts pouring out a few, sets them out. The Patood said no, right?
No thanks.
Okay. And the hedgehog?
Oh, thanks, only tea.
Right. Don't got that. But anyway, sets out drinks and just kind of sets out a drink for all of you just because he doesn't really care. And what you guys don't drink, he will. He's just got like a very old, bitter look about him. I will need a perception check from everybody.
okay. How does a 4 do?
You're still trying to get a couple things that you swipe to fit comfortably in your mouth, so you're a little preoccupied at the moment.
I'm also considering putting the whole cup in my mouth as well.
You may
I'm
consider
trying to
it.
figure out how to do that.
You
I'm
may
considering
you
it.
may consider. How's everyone else roll for perception?
17.
Okay, I heard 17, 21, and what else?
14.
14. Okay.
It's like a 15.
Okay. So, pretty good for the rest of you. As you're just kind of looking around, you now understand why this is, like, antiquities and remedies. This person has like a couple of doctorates in archaeology as well. You see newspaper clippings on the wall that are framed from like his discoveries and things like that. And all of you eventually you land on a picture of a much younger version of himself. The only person that's really seen Professor Cato at this point would be Button. And Button's preoccupied. So he'll actually walk over to the picture, set it down in front of you, and it's like two young archaeologists starting out. Sort of thing. Like, so, this is, quote, Professor Cato and I. We've been on a few excursions digging for relics, antiquities, and things of that nature. This was before the Historical Society really existed. No offense to you, little one. Just, we were here first. And you just kind of see Scalar, like, very pensively holding the cup and debating if he should drink it or not. So, Cato comes around on occasion peddling his junk. Once in a great while, he has something actually of interest or of value, and he just wants to make sure that I can verify it. We've kind of become bitter rivals over the years. So, you say this lantern is the latest? And Scalar just kind of goes, yes. Found it a few...
It was actually a medallion first. And that was a piece of the lantern. That's what he had.
Am I remembering correctly that the journal that I swiped is Professor Cato's? Or
it did say in the back property of Scalar.
Scalar? Oh shit.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh shit.
So I will not bring up that I have that.
Your boyfriend's gonna be mad at you.
Hey, we haven't even confirmed if it's a date. It's fine.
So, this lantern, I'm guessing, little one. And Scalar, you just see him just get sink a little further and further every single time he's called little one. I'm guessing Professor Cato brought it to you. Yeah, he brought it to us a few months back. Why? I thought that was junk. Another replica. He actually found something.
It ain't junk.
No, that was very real. She
Yep,
ripped
yep.
She ripped a piece of it out of my mouth.
Okay, so...
You know, I have a lot of questions about that, but that's probably not.
I do too.
Um,
I don't understand it either. Anyway, Lantern Man.
Alright. So I'm guessing you came here looking for Cato.
Aye.
we're looking for Cato, looking for where he found this thing. Did he talk about where he got it? Because it sounds like we got to put it back, which is not preferable. But we should probably know.
The angry ghost said that the graves had been disturbed.
Oh, that idiot.
We could find Cato, give him to Big Scary Ghost Lady, and then say, okay, we will give him to you if you don't hurt nobody else. Does that sound alright? Because I really want to see this man's ass in the grass.
I mean, sounds like you got a real personal beef.
But yeah, trying to minimize fallout probably does sound like a good idea.
Yeah,
And,
so
you
if
know,
just
time
him
is
gets
of the
hurt,
essence here.
I don't know, Mr. What's your name again? What's your name? Well, I forget. What's your name?
Alon.
Alon. Yeah. Do you care if Kato lives or dies? Would you be happier if he was gone? Because you said he was rivals with you, so like I'd assume you'd be alright if he was like out of your way. But of course, I don't want to
Murder.
assume.
Talk of murder aside, Professor, along whichever you prefer. What do you suggest we do about a very angry spirit who's looking for your friend who disturbed some graves?
Well, the spirit's gonna do what it's gonna do. There's not much we can do, but if you really want to try to find him before the spirit does, well, let's see here. It's kind of rummages through a few more things. I don't necessarily want to see him killed, but
No.
being my little brother and all, I kinda gotta give a shit, but this is stupid, even for him. Rummages around a little more. No, here it is. And pulls out a small box, just kind of sets it down, and as he opens it up, it is a amethyst carved in the shape of a feather. And just kind of goes, you kind of use this as a scry. And we can figure out where the dumbass has holed himself up. So, help me clear the table here. And as you just kind of see that there's just a lot of miscellaneous junk on it.
Oh, no, don't do that. Zephyr will start carefully moving piles of stuff around.
Buttons eats everything on the table.
Alright, and as he kind of lays out like several maps, each one is a distinct layer of the Alderheart tree, from the council plaza all the way to the Underfell, and even like a map of the old Bramblewell battlefields. Alright. Just kind of a couple cracks in his neck, and Dunikaso Rasim Matoram Keto. And you see the feather just kind of go upright, and it starts to kind of move around all the maps and pages, almost like a scribe scribbling, circling, dancing around all the pages until finally it lands in the Bramblewell graveyard.
Your brother digging up the dead tonight of all nights.
Look, he's never really had a good respect for things he couldn't make money off of. And even if he could, he still doesn't care.
Maybe he should die then.
Yeah, maybe he's there because he's already dead.
No, this is attuned to his beating heart, as he has one attuned to mine. So...
Oh, okay. We just gotta do it ourselves.
Better find him, stop him from making it worse.
let's
What's that? That sounds, yeah.
If this ghost, this spirit is kind of out for him, you're not gonna make it there in time. Come with me to the back. Lady Hedgehog, how's your arcana?
Wonderful.
And you, Patu?
It's alright?
Okay. And just kind of shambles, and as you kind of watch him, he's like in a nightgown robe at this point. It's just, you guys woke him up for this, and he's just...
Just little bunny slippers.
Misu is checking him out from behind.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say,
Okay.
are they like?
He does not have slippers because he has like full-on talon claw things. So, for feet.
He's got a little fuzzy thing on each claw.
Okay.
I must now design bird slippers.
Yeah, we gotta figure that out.
brings
Later.
brings you to one of the far back rooms, moves a couple other things, and eventually pulls off a sheet. And it is a large, silver, very antiqued, and what's the word?
Like
Patina.
patinaed.
Patina. Silver patinaed out to hell. It has not been polished in a very long time. You can barely make out your own shapes and forms in it. Very heavy oaken frame. It goes, alright. Okay, there should be enough of us here. Zephyr? Is that?
Aye.
And, oh, Granny Hog, I'm sorry. This is not the time for me to do pleasantries. All three of us need to put a hand on the mirror. And I need you to kind of picture my brother. Oh, crap. Okay. Alright, if you can hold a firm image in your mind of him, I'll hold mine as best as I can. I'll do the chanting. You just give me your power, your energy. So all three of us roll an Arcana.
Yes.
It's in Arcana.
Ooh, 26.
Damn.
And wise.
Granny Hog is wise.
Advanced.
God, I love Misu so much.
19.
All right. Fantastic. Because that was a 4 from him.
Oh.
So, with all your
Good thing you
powers
know what it
combined,
looks like.
with all your powers
He's too
combined,
distracted by Granny Hog.
as he's putting in his energy and just it's not quite fixing, but he's doing his chant and trying to open up, and you see the patina start to slowly creep away to the edges of the mirror, where you are all able to clearly see yourselves now. And it shifts to the graveyard. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna hold this for a bit. Just go. Just go through. Just go through. I'm not gonna expect. Just go. Just go. Just go. Just go. So,
Zephyr's just gonna.
Full blown Paper Mario. Well, not Paper Mario. Just Mario. Yahoo!
and
Into the painting.
you see
Before I
Scalar.
do the painting, I'm going. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. So as y'all are trying to make your way through, you see Scalar just absolutely terrified.
Go talk to your boyfriend, Beckett.
You're already gone.
So, looking at Scalar as I am currently reaching under my vest and I am pulling out and unfurling and currently stringing a very large, very taken care of crossbow. And as I am preparing that, I'm gonna look at him and go, all right, now, I know you're the bookish type. I also know that you know a lot more about this shit than damn near anybody else here. So here's my question. Do you want to stay here? Or do you want to come with?
He's just gonna kind of look back and forth. Hey, you just produced a very intimidating crossbow. His perceptions of you are now drastically altered. Realizing what this is all meaning and the accumulation of events of tonight, he just kind of finally just goes, you know what? 1 second. And he runs back towards the front table, and you hear him kicking back and slamming like 2 or 3 shots. Coming back and going, okay, and runs like head on, like more than he really needed to, but you know, that anxious, like, if I don't do this hard, I'm not going to do it at all. Just runs through the mirror and just, he's now on the other side. And he keeps running for like a good like five extra steps before he goes, wait, I'm through.
I was gonna say, is he slam into the back of me?
You know what? Yes. And you now all suddenly find yourselves in the graveyard. And
I'll
the
kinda clap him
portal
on the
that
back and go, "That's the spirit."
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. And you see the portal that was there just immediately closes, and you all catch a very last minute glimpse of Oslo? No.
Alon.
Alon, thank you. As he just like collapses and the portal closes.
I guess the way back up will be a lot longer then.
Not if you know the way.
So you're now all in the graveyard. Scalar is kind of patting himself down, looking for another book. You all can prepare whatever you need to prepare.
Scalar, I have something for you, my brave feathered friend. Are you ready to receive it?
Yes?
Excellent. I grab a corked thing, and it just looks like powder in like a little jar. I pour it in my hand, and I go spit into it, do this, and then go on his eyes. But then, suddenly, as he's like probably cringing and grossed out, something happens to his sight.
Go on.
He has true sight. So he is able to see the ethereal plane and things as they are.
Boy. Once you mix
The
the
shots with that,
poor boy is gonna have an interesting time.
Oh no, buddy!
Let me just roll a constitution for him.
Oh.
I'm gonna turn on my lantern to cast bright light for 30 feet and dim for another 30.
Alrighty, so thankfully that was a 14 for his constitution. So he's now keeping everything down. He's really trying to assess things, but now that he can see sort of like the ethereal plane, he just kind of goes, "Oh no!
What
This
do
is
you see?
this is wrong." As he starts to kind of spin around, like very slowly, kind of taking in everything, going, "This is so wrong."
What's wrong? The fact that you can see weird stuff? You have X-ray vision, or are you actually seeing something weird?
Turns his head back over to Button, looks at you, and goes, "Could you like step forward like a couple feet?"
1, 2, 3.
Cool.
Yeah.
Neat. Awesome. You were just standing in a spirit. That's all, and it's very weird.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stand with you, but a spirit friend.
Okay. Taxi, what you got?
Being a cleric, part of my job is obviously dealing with the undead. Do I need to roll anything to determine if this graveyard feels way more active than it should?
I would say by default, you and Grandma Hedgehog both feel just the discomfort of the spiritual realm. Meanwhile, the other two of you, it's eerily cold, quiet. Your senses, being what they are picking up sounds that don't sound right.
So like the weird voices when I picked up that crystal. But not.
I'm gonna go ahead and put a bolt into my crossbow and load that, have it, and then I'm gonna reach down to the goggles that are around my neck, and I'm gonna put them up over my eyes. They don't actually have a magical effect. It's sort of just like a locking in focus thing. Adjusting them, it kind of ruffles the fur, making it a bit more apparent that I do have a big ol' scar on one side of my face going across one of my eyes. And as I am doing this, I'm going to look at Buttons first, and I'm going to go, first thing, I'm not killing nobody unless I have to, because that's not my job. Second, I'm gonna look at Scalar. You're not a fighter, so if shit gets hairy, you hide and you let people who fight deal with it. Got it?
Got it.
And third, this is also for you. Um, I found this in the street. You take good notes. And I'm going to pull out the journal, and I am actually going to give it back to Scalar and say, it feels like there might be something important in this. Just in case.
Let's see how he feels about that. So with a 17, he has this... Like, it doesn't matter that you happen to have it. He's now just, like, very relieved and ecstatic to have it back in his possession. And he starts kind of thumbing through it and finding things like, okay, fantastic. Okay, all right. Going through a few more things, like, all right, so if we are dealing with disturbed dead, as he just kind of looks around again, very uncomfortable. Okay, nobody panic, but we are slowly being surrounded by spirits. They seem more curious than anything else, but let's just try to...
There's a visible shudder, and I'm gonna look at Misu and at Zephyr and go, I don't like spooky shit, and y'all seem like you know more about that. I can't see anything, but just tell me where to shoot, okay?
If I see one, I know you need to shoot it. I'll point.
Well,
Cool.
let's be honest. How much is that gonna do? How much how much are these gonna do? I'm holding daggers now. How much are these gonna do
Are they
against
magic?
ghosts? No, they're not magic. They're just daggers.
Then they're not gonna do shit.
Yeah, same with your thing.
Nah,
I mean, do you have any
nah.
magic?
Lucy's
So,
different. And I'm gonna tap the crossbow and say, she'll do just fine.
oh my god, you named her. Oh, that's badass. That's pretty cool. I mean, I gotta come up with names for these guys.
And if anyone looks closely, you can see that the crossbow is actually the stock of it is very finely made and well carved adamantine, and it has the images of like mountain crags and various forest scenes carved into the side of it.
Okay, now that's badass. I gotta name these things. But now the question is, Scalar, do these? I mean, the vibes are definitely not vibing right now. But are these spirits acting like they want to hurt us, or are they just like, what are these bitches doing here?
And you just see him trying to regain his nerves of just like... These... and just kind of looks up and around at nothing from your perceptions. I hold on. Let me try something real quick, and just kind of closes his book and takes a few steps back and goes, "Oh no, they're following me. They're following me."
Oh,
Well,
Wow.
see him, so that makes sense.
Do you think they know who you are?
who
Maybe.
is he?
If he hasn't been digging here, shouldn't be a problem.
Let's get moving.
Who is
Oh,
he?
excellent. Oops. We
Uh,
must.
Okay.
We must.
Long story short,
return to Lantern.
yeah. Long story short, I may be a descendant of the first Night Watch and related to the spooky spirit. Anyway, let's
Oh my god, that's your great grandma?
let's go with several great aunts. Anyway,
Okay. So maybe you could be like, hi. I don't know. Well, nah. But yeah, so they are following you because they're like, oh, got us to the afterlife. Got us to the afterlife. So maybe that's why they're interested in you. I don't think they want to hurt you none. Maybe.
they're just kind of
Should we
following at
ask
the
them?
moment. there's
Let us
Okay.
know if they start doing some bullshittery to you, cause yeah, that wouldn't be real nice. And you're very helpful, and I
Okay.
ship you to you.
Real quick, can we all look around for like an open grave, something that like it's been disturbed recently? That'd be great. That'd be great.
Open grave.
I would like
So-
to investigate for an open grave.
Yep. Investigation or
Investigate.
perception.
10.
That is a dirty 20. So dirty.
25.
Nice.
16.
Alrighty. So, everyone but Mizu is able to find an open grave. At this point, Mizu probably gets a little distracted and going, ooh, I haven't seen that mushroom in a while. I have some fond memories of that one. Ooh, yes, that's going to make some excellent tea.
Hallucinogens.
And then eventually you direct him towards like 3 separate graves, but they are all relatively close to each other. Okay, let's see how this will work. And then he just kind of walks over to the first open grave and goes, let's see, any markers, any nameplates?
I can't read, so I won't be much help.
That's okay. And he's going to cast Comprehend Languages, as a lot of these gravestones and markers are in a very old language. And just kind of goes, you are... Trevor? Kind of looks up into nothing and goes, hi, Trevor. Hello, hi. I'm just gonna try this. Would you mind just, would you mind just laying down for a bit? That'd be great. Again, he's now just completely just on his own, in his own little world, trying to talk to his spirit, and y'all are just looking at each other going, okie day. And eventually he just kind of goes, oh, that's missing. Okay, goes around to like one of the nearby dirt pile mounds, pulls out a very rotted, like, music box, opens it up, and it still has a little whine to it, but it's like a very like half tune, like ting 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 ting. Okay, all right, and just kind of digs more into the grave, places the music box, and just puts the dirt back over it. Good, we good? And okay, fantastic, neat. We're not okay, cool, neat. I will get to the rest of you in time. Can any of you tell us where we can find Tamina or a Professor Cato? And when he says Professor Cato, you definitely feel the air become very taut with
We're
anger.
gonna like him.
Okay. Oh, this is gonna suck. Thank you. If you please, I'll come back. I promise. And kind of goes, okay. Everyone else, I have an idea. There's a way to go. And starts to lead you all more into the older parts of the ruins and graveyards of Bramblewell. And eventually leads you to effectively, well, a well. It is an actual, like, well, and it had a large heavyset stone on top of it, but it has long since been cracked, and the halves are on each side. It's down there. It's down there.
Oh.
What
can walk.
is down there?
Mm.
Is she down there? Is he down there?
Sorry, once more, Toxie?
She was asking what is down there.
Him
And
they told me where he was. So
Alright. Say you would need a piggyback ride, because I can pretty much just walk straight down there.
Oh, I got this.
You sure?
Granny's gonna wild shape into a black raven.
Oh my goodness. Tamina. I'm just messing with y'all.
His button starts going down.
Scalar's a little dumbfounded and confused by Button's cheery demeanor during this whole thing. Just
Button just pops up and goes,
It's a coping mechanism.
Nice.
Just call me Miss Scarlet from Clue, baby. What's Clue?
so Scalar will kind of put himself on the edge and just kind of look back and like, well, and just launches himself and just this on the way down.
Glide. Make sure to glide.
Yeah, and you just hear like this frantic flapping of wings, and then eventually just sort of a thud.
You wouldn't because you can't hear it. Because owls don't do that.
Oh boy.
Because you can't hear owls flying. They have special feathers.
Yep.
see, this is my autistic special interest.
And eventually, you just hear like this soft splat, and just him kind of splayed out as he's trying to figure things out and regain his bearings.
Zephyr would have jumped down right after him, using the glide.
Alrighty. I'm assuming the rest of you all made your way down there.
Yep, I'll follow along as well.
Okay. And you find yourselves in catacombs. Full-on French-style catacombs, where it's just walls and an intricate, like, labyrinth maze of, like, various skulls from various creatures all stacked precariously to create this labyrinth.
Oh, lovely.
Ew. Ew. That
You
feels
don't
gross.
like that much.
No, that's that good. Like, I'm just gonna pretend they're not real. They're not real. They're just props.
Yeah, there's a reason I don't think highly of grave robbers and never wanted to be one. Ugh.
Usually wise.
Usually the wise. His spirits aren't very forgiving.
He's gonna turn and look
He's
at
gonna
his
turn
Scalar
around
and
to
be like,
Scalar and be like,
any ideas where
any
to
ideas
start?
where to start?
Oh...
Assuming he's scraped himself up off the floor.
Buttons has like helped pick him up and be like,
Here, let me get that mud off you.
deliberately not putting the mud in their mouth.
He was like, I recognize I've made you uncomfortable.
I know we have, like, several maps and diagrams of these catacombs back at the museum. I'll see if I have anything either in my journal or hope I can remember something.
While he's doing that, Zephyr's gonna turn to darn, her name has fallen out of my brain. He's been calling you Granny Hedgehog so much.
Me too.
Misu?
Like miso soup.
Gonna turn to Misu and be like, wasp friend? Yep, maybe.
Oh.
Oh, right, I forgot your
She's a bird now.
Okay, Mizu, were you attempting to summon your familiars?
Glass.
I believe that was the goal of the call.
Okay.
To summon the
Okay.
wasps.
Okay. So with that, there's like maybe one or two wasps that form, and they actually go off in two different directions.
Oh, that's helpful.
Can I take a look and see if the ground has been disturbed, indicating that this dude has shuffled one way or the other?
Yes.
Kind of look for footprints.
Investigation, please.
Ooh, 17 and 26.
All right. So you see two distinct things. You definitely do see the the distinct footprints of a owl going in one direction, but you also the other direction has like drag marks.
I reckon we need to go that way. And I point in the direction of the drag marks.
I agree. That's foreboding. All right. Is there, Sklar? Do you have any memory of what might be down in that general direction as opposed to the other?
I mean, it's various tombs of various heroes over the years. Like, we might come across Lovis Thornburrow. We might come across Tolwyn Littlefoot. Maybe Harlock Knotwise or Oakley Leafwalker.
Do you remember where Tamina's is? Because I bet that's probably the way. As a side note, my lantern is still on, so we've got 30 feet of clear light.
I mean, that's what the maps are for. These were designed to where you can't just walk into their tomb and mess with stuff. Like they were.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the drag marks are our best guess then.
Go with that.
Well, in that case, I'm guessing this place probably has like booby traps and that kind of stuff going on, right? Or is it just the
Booby.
labyrinth itself?
The labyrinth itself should be sufficient. There shouldn't be booby traps.
Booby.
Shouldn't be, but might be.
I mean, all this should have been left undisturbed for the last 250, 300 years, but clearly Professor Cato had other ideas. Knowing him, he may have set out one or two if he's trying to protect his finds.
I don't like your friend very much.
I don't like him either.
Not many people do.
I mean,
Well, at least we're not alone then. Zephyr's gonna start shuffling off in the direction, actually starting
Alright,
to
let's
move
get
towards the
going.
drag mark.
I'll move in that direction, but I'm gonna make a point to step a little bit in front of Zephyr and go, I'll keep an eye out. I've practiced at spotting that kind of stuff.
Please do.
And
I don't know what
as-
traps look like.
So as we're walking, I'm gonna try to keep an eye out for any traps.
if you need me to disarm anything, I have little gremlin hands, even smaller than yours, Beckett. So I can definitely help disarm that stuff. This is in character way of saying my sleight of hand is +8.
All right. Well, why don't you come up here with me then?
All right. So you're 2, and your name also starts with the letter B. Or it sounds with the same. I forgot. I can't read. But my name is Buttons. I'm 19 and I never fucking learned how to read.
So, as you all pursue the course with the drag marks, it definitely weaves back and forth. It breaks off, comes back around to the main path, comes into a couple crevices, few places where you kind of squeeze through, and eventually you find this wide open area that looks like it used to be an old shrine. It's got a couple of lit candles, gives a very low light, but you can make out a figure laying in the middle.
That's probably not good.
That's probably not good.
Can I should I get a little closer? Just in case, and just check it out. I'm nimble.
Be very quiet and cautious while you do it.
Can I do a
Buttons is going
perception?
to actually shut up, because they're in thief mode now. So Buttons is going to do as Beckett advised and very cautiously, like basically stealth their way over close enough to where they can sort of recognize the face of the person if it is in fact Kato, because Buttons and what's Buttons and Scalar are the only two people in this who have seen like Kato recently.
Yep. So, as you approach the body, you start to see that it is far too small to be Professor Kato. This is very thin. Its clothing is ragged. You start to recognize, like, a rope belt, the patchy pants. It's Nico.
Oh, Nico! Oh my goodness!
Nico, I mean, Buttons almost unshuts up, and then proceeds to get closer because they want to make sure Nico's alive.
Yes, Tuxie.
But also,
Perception.
Can I roll in?
yes.
Roll in.
Sure.
I rolled a 22 because I was hoping you'd say yes.
Okay. With a 22, you start to kind of look around a little more, and you actually see like a couple other bodies that have been kind of shoved into the corners of this shrine room. They look a little more like bandits.
They look dead.
I'd say with the 22, you are able to deduce that none of them are dead, but they are all definitely unconscious, and like they've all been gathered here for nefarious purposes.
So Buttons has put Marin and Buttons have put two and two together that Nico was taken by the not so fantastic Mr. Fox. And Buttons is going to Buttons would like to pick up Nico and carry him like back to a more, a bit of a safer area, but also Buttons would like to make sure that they can actually pick him up without setting off a booby trap. Ye boobies.
Alright, I would say because Nico is like, he's a little falcon, he's not going to weigh hardly anything. So picking him up, carrying him, not a problem. I will need a dexterity though.
Okay. Alright. 15 on the die, plus 2, 17.
I'd say with the 17, how far do you want to take Nico out? Do you want to try and take him all the way out, or...
I would like to take him back to where the group is. I don't want to take him all the way out yet, because I would also like to help everybody else in this room.
Okay.
But Buttons is just like,
I told you I'd make it back and I'd save you.
So, easily enough, you're able to kind of pull him out of that shrine room. Kind of
does he
set him
wake
up.
up a little?
There's definitely a couple of groans as you move him. And he's fairly unresponsive at the moment.
I don't know if I have any healing or nothing. Let me see what I got in here.
I was gonna say, did you make it back to us?
Yeah.
Zephyr will look at Misu. Like,
How's your medicine? Can you tell what's
how's
wrong
your
with it?
medicine? Can you tell what's wrong with it?
Out of character, mine is plus 6. If
Out
yours
of
is
character,
better.
mine is plus 6, and yours is better.
Mine's plus 8.
Or is this one of those?
Or is this one of those situations where I
assist
could
and give her advantage?
assist
Sure. So, Mizu, if you wouldn't mind rolling a medicine with advantage, please.
Okay. 1, I got 5, 1, I got 18. I'll take the 18. So 18 plus 8.
Alrighty. So, with that, you start to kind of look over Nico and you start to figure things out, and it's like, oh, he has been touched. The same thing that you saw happening back in the amphitheater, where the narrator collapsed, something similar has happened to Nico as well. As far as you can tell, he's just a little shocked and stunned, but hard to say because you have no idea if the narrator from the amphitheater woke back up or not. But he's alive. He's physically whole.
So,
Zephyr's gonna go around and see if Kato's here, or an owl folk of any kind.
so, this is my friend Nico. He's the one who took the medallion from Kato, and he got caught by this weird fox man. He was kind of eerie, and he had all these animatronics. It was quite terrifying, and I didn't see him after that. So I think the fox man might be working somehow with Tamina, maybe. Do you think that could be happening?
Can I do a perception check to see if I recognize the fox among any of the bodies? To see if
Sure, roll me
My
an
theory is
investigation, please.
yeah, because if the fox is among the bodies, then that's not as good. If the fox is among the bodies, then I would know that it's not that. That's a 14.
So, with a 14, you find the body of a mouse folk. They're in sort of like very bandit-like gear. And you actually do, in fact, find the fox artificer.
Okay. Alright, so I was wrong. He's here. But he was the one who snatched, Nico. So, in that case, he's
He
probably...
could still be a grave robber.
He could still be. Nico, are you a grave robber? Oh, no.
You need me to roll anything to try to see if the owl is here? Because if he's not here, then we have a problem.
I would say that in your immediate perception of things, like trying to figure out if he's in the catacombs or if he's within sight.
Kato is here in this room among the bodies.
Kato is not.
Oh, hell.
Yeah. So, with that, and just to kind of move things along, Zephyr, your lantern begins to dim.
Oh, that's not good.
No, it's not.
Everything in the catacombs begins to get dark and cold. You start to feel a very unfamiliar breeze that shouldn't be there start to kind of push itself through the catacomb walls. You start to hear moans coming from the skulls.
Like that?
No.
I might have to kill him myself at this rate.
And eventually, you start to see these purple tendrils start to weave their way through the walls of skulls and bones and begin to accumulate into Tamina. Slowly and carefully floating in front of you, lantern in hand and looking at all of you. Do you come for punishment?
I don't think so.
No, we come for, to, make things right. Yeah, we're trying to, what he said, we're trying to fix shit. And
How do we put the dead back to rest?
We want
including you, because
Ed
we
to
don't
rest.
want you to be upset, and we want you to be able to, have a very happy, peaceful death.
What was that shade?
We shall bring the man to justice. I believe he should be behind bars, do you say?
Those people behind you, you're gonna hurt them.
They are accomplices.
Oh,
I need their memories to find the lost.
What's still lost?
At which point you'll see her bring the lantern dead center in front of her and just slightly tap it on the ground, and you'll see tendrils of light come to each and every one of you and connect. You get visions of a robe, a fiddle, a love letter, a doll. These items have been removed, desecrated. We find Cato. We find them all.
Okay.
alright. Do you want our help? Well, if you promise not to go hurting nobody, we could help find those things. And perhaps also not hurt Cato, which is the ideal situation. I know he's not really redeemable, but his there's people who want him alive, and we can still pose him while he's alive, which I think is pretty rad. I think that's a little cool, a little cooler than just straight out, killing him.
Anyway,
Yeah, we can help find those if you promise.
there are no conditions. We hope to find a peaceful solution, but you're not going to put conditions on the angry dead.
Yeah, that's a good point. Sorry about that.
Proceed through the catacombs with caution. But should you remove anything... Eyes flare up with flame, gets real low. Anything. A rock, a bone. You will answer to me.
I will not put nothing in my mouth.
Understood. Good.
Understood. Thank you. Nothing goes in the mouth.
At which point, she'll kind of just wither, and just explode into purple sparkles again, and all the coldness and darkness recedes.
Hey,
Zephyr's gonna look
that went
back
that went a little better than I thought it would. So now we just found Cato.
Zephyr's gonna look back at and be like, did you say there were footprints that went the other way from the drag marks we followed?
Yep, I'm thinking that's probably where we check next.
Well, it's good we came here first.
Well, we go then.
Spooky shit, hate it.
And I guess
Do we bring
the Falcon?
the Falcon?
Where do we leave him?
Or do we leave him here?
I think I feel bad leaving him here, but I don't see no other way. So, Nico, you stay here. I'm not. Yeah, you stay here with all the others. You stay here. We'll come back and get you. I promise. Come back and get you. You're asleep. You can't hear me. Okay. Buttons is just gonna kind of like prop up Nico so that he's comfortable, but also like able to see that there are other people in the room with him. Just because there's nothing scarier than waking up in a strange place and realizing you're all alone. Anyways, yeah. All right, let's go find that bastard.
Zephyr started shuffling off again while you were doing that.
Zephyr, come back. Get your eyeballs back here.
So, as you all eventually reconvene and backtrack to where you came from and where you started, you start to find the footmarks again going in the opposite direction. And with that,
To track the footmarks.
yes, go ahead.
I know we're trying not to kill him, but can I hit him?
I want to
I
too.
think
Yeah,
that's just
I
fine.
think we can get. Well, I think we can rough him up a bit, a lot.
Good.
I have the sleep spell.
Oh yeah, we can really rough him up, and then you put him to sleep,
That's
All I'm saying
and then we continue to
is
rough him up while he's asleep. No, that's pushing
I-
it too far, Buttons. Be polite.
that's too-
Be polite,
too
Buttons.
far, too far.
That's way too far, Buttons.
The
Yes,
sleep
the
spell
voices in your
just
head
helps
say
us
that's
get
too
him in
far.
turn.
Yeah, we
I,
just
I
pick
deal
him.
in acquisitions, not murder. So let's keep it clean.
You're a better person than me, and that's a low bar, actually. Anyway, let's go.
So,
You know how many people I've threatened? That's
Buttons.
why I gotta keep out of most towns.
Let's walk and talk, eh?
Alright, so, anyways, y'all start.
Hey, Buttons. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oy vey.
Did you pick up a rock while we weren't looking?
No, I did not. Wisdom saving. That's a 12.
Okay.
It's a ghost that wanted peace and quiet. Shut up.
With a 12, the whispers that you heard when you removed the crystal from the robot body are now coming through clearer, more distinct. It's a young woman's voice going, Mal? Mal, where are you? Where am I? Why is it dark and wet? Mal?
I think I ate a lady.
What?
I'm gonna reach in there, pull out the crystal.
The crystal is now
the
distinctly glowing, and you see that the little metal band that it's set into has runes that are lit up.
Oh, hi.
Arcana time, I think.
What's your hi? Hi. You're a woman in a crystal. I guess we've already seen weirder shit today. Who are you? Who's Mal?
You're not Mal.
No, I'm not. My name's Buttons. I did steal this crystal, which I'm realize is very bad now that I realize that this is conscious. So that's basically kidnapping. I'm real sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't know if I had known you were a living person, I wouldn't have stole you.
Go ahead and give me another wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Okay, that's 15.
Okay, that's actually really good. So with a 15, you start to feel a very panicked feeling coming from the stone as she keeps going on, Mal? Mal? Where are you, Mal? Mal? And you start to feel her presence start to push into your mind. Like she's trying to possess you.
Hey, no. Get out there. Don't want to be in there. It's not fun. No, you're not allowed.
It's full of nightmares.
Yeah, it's really scary in there. I'm saying this for your own good. Don't possess me.
I mean, they've already been in your cheeks, so how much worse could it get?
Much worse. Much worse. Anyway, who's Mal? Can you tell me who Mal is?
Mal...
What's your name?
Rhaenyra... Mal's my husband. Why do you have
Is he
me?
a fox? Is he a fox?
Yes!
Are you a robot?
No!
What are you?
Mal! Mal, where are you?
Okay.
Where are you?
Okay.
Mal!
He's
Mal!
obviously
And and,
already
and, and
passed
and
out.
eventually the crystal fades to silence as the spirit within is now overwhelmed and unable to possess you. It's just gone and recessed into the crystal. Duxie.
I feel horrible.
Would a 15 on Arcana have told me anything?
It's a spirit and a rock.
Okay, just a simple. It's a spirit in a stone. Sweet.
So I stole this rock out of a robot lady's chest. I think. Oh my goodness, I think I'm a horrible person. I think his wife died and he was trying to bring her back. I thought he was trying to do some weird kinky shit.
He's still trapped his wife's
He's
soul
still
in a
trapped his
rock
wife's
and was
soul
gonna
in a
put it
rock and was gonna put it
Is
in
that
a
really
robot.
better?
Is that
Does
really
she
better?
know she's dead? That she's a rock?
I would have liked to ask, but it seems she doesn't want to talk
Do
anymore.
you think? Did you know that you're in a rock?
Okay. I'm gonna need you to tell me what your AC is.
Oh God. I think it's. Yeah, I deserve that. It's 13.
Okay. 1 second, because that was a 14 I rolled.
I deserve this.
You
Your
take
buttons is
10
not a
points
good-
of psychic damage as a blood-curdling scream rips through your psyche.
Okay.
All right. I'm not talking to her no more. I'm just gonna. Yep, I'm not talking to her no more. I'm not putting her in my mouth. We can't really go back and put her with her husband.
Can I let me hold on to that, would you?
All right, it's a little wet.
Zephyr will gently grab it and then place it into a handkerchief. Wrap it up.
Okay.
And put it in one of her pockets on her vest, on her robes to deal with it later.
Alrighty. So,
As she's putting it away, she'll say, I'll get you back to your husband. Just hang on for me.
alrighty. So, as you continue on, you begin your navigation through the catacombs. Scalar is frantically going through his journal back and forth, looking for references, markers, anything that might help, and is, at the moment, not coming up with shit. Because that was a nat one. The only thing is like, okay, well, if we come across anything, be very careful when it comes to like tombs or sarcophaguses, because each one does seem to have a like an enchantment around them to dissuade grave robbers. At which point you start to hear a rumbling go through the catacombs. A burst of magic you hear down the way, and someone going, God dang it! What in the Sam hell was that?
Zephyr's going to immediately just start scooting that way as fast as her little owl legs will go.
Oh,
So yeah, with a clear-cut direction, you all begin to head that way, and you suddenly find Professor Cato very disheveled, very angry, dusting himself off and going, I don't understand what that was all about, but I am gonna get it! No one can stop me! And he is not aware of your presence yet.
Cool. I want to try to punch him.
Okay.
I would also like to. Can I use my sneak attack to punch him too?
Sure. Go ahead,
This is
both roll me an
ironic.
attack.
The most hated man ever.
Your most. I mean, come on, you hate him too, right? That's a dirty 20, baby.
I got a 24.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and roll me damage and describe how you're hitting him.
4, and then
Yeah, I'm not going to use the talons because I'm just aiming. at
one
punch,
more
so-
d6. I'm rolling 5 d6.
Holy crap!
And then-
I just got 3. 3 in bludgeoning because the goal is not to hurt the guy.
Um, oops. Um, that's uh 10,
Well, you're doing
16
while you're
damage
doing
plus 2, 18. I did 18 points of
non-lethal, I
damage.
assume.
non-lethal, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Zephyr's
Yeah, Zephyr's really is just going to effectively run full pelt at this man
and
aim for to get him right in the side of the face.
The goal
The
is
goal
to
is
knock
to
him
knock him onto
Buttons
the dirt.
jumps off your back and just like elbow drops him. You
Okay.
get the first hit and then yeah.
You irresponsible oaf.
As he just takes, what, 3, 18, 21 points of damage just from your little sneak attack. He goes, oh, what the? Not, what is all of this about? Turns around, sees all of you. And he was,
She would slap him again for talking.
I am going to grapple him.
okay. So, D20s between Button, Zephyr, and Professor Cato. Who is the quickest?
16.
So what are we rolling? Where's grapple?
You're just
It's
rolling
just a
D20.
straight D20. Who does what first?
Okay. I got a 17.
Okay. Zephyr?
16.
Okay. So, you two managed to beat him, because that was a 4 for him, as he begins to struggle. And go, what is the meaning of this?
You
It's mean you're a little shithead.
You are irresponsible. Do you have any idea what you've woken up down here by disturbing the dead?
The dead are dead! And he is going to cast Gust Barrier to push you all back. I need a con save from everyone.
What a boy.
Did I get an opportunity to grapple him or?
What he's doing is a semantic component. He just has to speak it, and it happens. So,
Okay.
grapple or not, you're still gonna get blown away. Blown away.
That's what she said.
Rude.
Alright, 14.
17.
I got 17.
Okay. So, Mika, you and Scalar both get blown back together. Toppling over each other.
To each other.
Oh,
my
yeah.
God.
Full on
Oh my
cute,
God,
sappy,
there's
like...
this proximity.
Let's see, hold on. Mika, D20. Let's see who ends up on top.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo, indeed.
14.
5. So...
Not skill.
So the rest of you do just fine.
I imagine that Scalar is smaller than me, so I'm gonna say that for the sake of rowing the boat right now, as we go flying through the air, can I kind of like grab him and twist so that I land first and he lands on me?
Yes, you can, because that's fucking adorable.
That's so cute.
Protect the sweet bean! Boom.
And a
And a little bit of fan service.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So with that, the rest of you are doing just fine. I'm going to need initiatives.
Initiative time.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, my luck has run out.
What's that? That's a 12. 12.
7.
Also 7.
Alright, so we Dex. Mine's 15.
Tuxie, what was yours?
Alright, cool.
Math 13.
Mika and Shade, who has a higher dexterity?
probably Mika, I'm guessing. Let's see.
I
So I
got
got-
I got a 20 index.
Yeah, I was gonna say for the rogue, probably.
Let's see, how'd Scholar do?
My dex is 11. Yeah, so I'm like,
Okay, so off we start with Scholar, who came off with a 19.
wow. Mister.
Let's see, what did I give him? Hopefully something decent. I actually didn't give him any decent spells because he's a scholar. A lot of his stuff are very, you know what? This could work. So, with that, let's see, how mad does he get? Pretty mad. Okay, so with that, you see Scholar just kind of pushing himself up. The liquor's really starting to kick in. And experiencing what he's experienced in just the last hour alone, you see him launch himself at Professor Cato, talons out, going straight. Let's see if he can actually get anything. With a +3 on top of it, so that's a 19 for him to hit.
Jeez.
And he's screeching, "You are an abomination to archaeology!"
Get his ass. Come on.
That's him.
Come on.
Oh, that is only a 1d4 for damage, but let's see how this goes.
Give him extra for psychic damage.
Hell yeah.
So that's a 3 overall. So now, like, you just got Scholar just on Professor Cato, just talons out and kicking him, and just now livid because the autistic rage has engaged.
Oh, hell yeah.
Next up, we have Marin.
Alright, so, can I kill him?
No.
Damn it. Can I still stab him non-lethally?
Sorry, just the menacing cat in Shade's hand.
What?
Ferocious.
Yeah, totally.
I can stab him?
If you're gonna be dumb, be clever about it.
I sure will. Because there is somebody within melee range of him, so I can use my sneak attack again. So I'm using sneak attack again.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna use my dagger as well. Which is another 1d4 plus 2. So I'm basically rolling the exact same things that I rolled before.
Yep.
Alright, cool. Well, first, I gotta aim to hit. Okay, 17 plus 2, 19.
Yep, that'll hit.
Alright. Non-lethal damage. Just remember that. Oh, be non-lethal.
Yes.
Oh god, that's a lot of 5s. 15 plus 6. 20, 21.
Whew!
How's he
Wow!
feeling? How's he doing? Did I just KO him?
I'm sorry, I'm just...
I hope not.
Math.
All this build up.
Oh,
sorry.
wow. Okay.
Non-lethal.
Yep. God, so from the 20 earlier, and you did how much just now?
15 plus 6. 21.
So, two 21s from earlier, with Scholar talons on top of it. Oh, he is down. He is definitely down.
You know,
Your little stab to the side just made him do that very dramatic, like gasping for air, and just kind of falls over with Scholar still on top of him, just perched on his chest.
Skalar, you did it! You did it, Skalar! Oh my goodness! You saved the day!
Okay.
Aw.
Okay. Real
He's
quick.
not dead!
I'm not sure what to
I have
roll.
some
What could you roll for that?
Roll for what?
For hyping up Scalar, making it seem like he did it.
Persuasion?
Sure.
Persuasion or performance?
Yeah, performance. I like performance. You did it, Scalar! Hooray!
Let me see more performance. That's a 14.
Scalar is very convinced that, yeah, it was him that just did this. He is the hero! Yes!
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes, Lord.
So, Professor Cato is now down and unconscious. Scalar just
With a
perched on his
dagger
chest.
That definitely wasn't there. That was definitely there before.
He fell.
A gaping stab wound.
Fell.
He oops. He fell.
It was a sharp rock.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah. He just doesn't see the dagger. He's drunk.
Yeah, I'd like to use medicine or whatever I need to. It's been a while to at least stabilize.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then I want to tie the bastard up.
Alright, medicine check, please.
1 moment, please. And it appears to be a 16.
Alright, a 16 will stabilize him. No longer bleeding out. Still unconscious for the moment.
Sweet. Gonna tie him up now.
Alright.
And we should also rifle through his clothes to see to see if he has the thingies on him that we're looking for.
I'll look around the room to see if I can find any of those objects we were shown.
Okay.
I'm gonna pilfer the body. I mean, not body.
He's currently a body. It's fine.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm gonna loot the body.
So, Buttons, as you
Let's
rummage
fix
through rifle through his stuff and his things, he has like 2 pouches. They are filled with various artifacts, including a love letter covered in dust and dirt. The ink very faded. You can hardly read anything that was on it. You could probably make out a name at the bottom, but that's about it. But the letter itself is intact. You also do find the remains of a fiddle,
No.
along with a couple of books, journals, if you will. And when you open them up, they are kind of filled with like contacts and what he's moved out before, what items he's sold off and for how much. Like he's pretty much been carrying his own evidence because he's an idiot.
Makes sense.
Mika, as you look around, what were you looking for again?
I was searching the room to see if there were any of the artifacts, that we were psychically shown.
Okay.
If there are anything in here.
As you look around, you do find a couple of crates. You pop it open, and there is like a very old robe, tattered, worn, covered in dirt. And beneath it, you actually do see a couple of breastplates with intricate, like, floral filigree engraved on them. You don't remember those in your vision, but they're there.
Don't take them.
We should probably ask Tamina.
We're not allowed to take them. She said nothing. Speaking of which, how do we let her know that we found some stuff? And you keep pilfering. I'm saying this as I'm mid-pilfer.
I will leave that to our more spiritually and magically minded friends here. I say, looking at Misu and at Zephyr.
Well, I've got a silly plan. Don't know if it'll work, but I imagine she's listening. She's gonna end up staring up and around. Just, my lady Tamina, can you help us find where these artifacts need to go back to?
Go ahead and roll me a d20.
Okay.
So, with a 19, Tamina appears into the room with the rest of you. So some clarification. Buttons, when you found the artifacts, did you touch them? Would Buttons have just touched them without thinking?
I believe Buttons would have touched them to simply be like. I mean, I was rifling through his bag, so I would have taken them out of his bag and like put them on the floor.
Okay. So with that, Tamina appears, immediately zeroes in on you, Buttons, and just kind of goes, "You touched. You were taking them, weren't you?"
No, I put them here. They're on the ground. See, I put them on the ground because I was gonna give it back to you. I wasn't gonna take them. I promise.
Persuasion.
Oh God.
Uh-oh.
Oh God. Ugh.
Hey, we can vouch if they were gonna take it, they did right in that mouth. So
Yeah,
if
they
that helps, we can vouch.
Yeah, remember you found the thing in my mouth. These aren't in my mouth. 14.
Okay.
If I take something, I put it in my mouth. These ain't in my mouth. I'm not
explaining.
See,
All
look,
right.
And I start emptying my mouth.
Oh no. Oh God. Don't do that. just
Hold up. You know what? Go ahead and roll me persuasion again, because as you're unloading your mouth, I'd say with advantage.
okay.
Okay. That is 14 plus what is it? 15. A little better.
Okay. So after a while, you've now unloaded pretty much the entire contents of your mouth. Just a miscellaneous collection
And it
of
turns out
random
my
shit.
cheekbones are chiseled.
like hot Squidward sort of look without the. Nice.
So ultimately, with that, Tamina eventually goes, "All right.
I guess I can't really take these now because they're covered in dust. Well, I
They
guess I
are
can
now
get more
part of the
stuff.
catacombs."
Alright. Cool. I'm sad now. Alright. I said I wouldn't come back. Dang it. I just lost all my stuff. It's like when you die in Minecraft in the lava.
Beckett just looks over and goes, "What the fuck is Minecraft?"
I don't know. I hear voices in my head sometimes that aren't ladies and rocks.
Okay, sweetheart.
Yeah. Thank you. It's been a weird day.
All right. So Tamina
What am I
will go around the room a little more, just kind of verify the objects, and then finally settles on Professor Cato.
I'd like to take him to the Night Watch. I'm assuming that having lived in the Alder Tree, I would know the Night Watch existed. Still.
Tamina will turn to you and go, "I am the Night Watch."
You're living enforcers. You can deal justice here now, but no one will know what he did.
Persuasion.
Yeah, make him suffer while he is alive.
Oh, jeez, I sure hope I have good persuasion.
Make him suffer while he is alive. And then when he dies of old age after to the pain.
Am I giving her advantage?
Sure.
Potentially noteworthy, every time Buttons has talked about, like, punishing, suffering, jailing, all of this, Beckett is getting visibly uncomfortable
Oh, sure.
behind that line of thought. It's,
It was a 21.
With a 21, Tamina just kind of looks down at Cato, looks at Scalar. You may take him back to the surface, to stand for his crimes. But I must take something of his. Any objections?
Okay.
Okay. Sure.
So you see Tamina reach out, set a taloned hand on Professor Cato's chest, and it sinks in. Magic begins to swirl, and Cato begins to kind of groan in discomfort, and eventually he wakes up and starts to scream. And eventually, after a moment or two, finally, Telmina plucks out, and there's just a small globe of light in her hand. Cato, now awake and physically uncomfortable and panicking, because what the hell just happened to him? And Tamina will open up the lantern and place the globe inside. He'll come back to me one way or another.
Okay. That probably makes sense.
Turns to Scalar and goes, "Blood of my blood, you have fulfilled a family duty that you did not know that you had or probably wanted. It is with this I entrust to you." Pulls the lantern off the staff and hands it to him very gently. "Protect and fulfill our duty." And Scalar's just kind of standing there with the lantern in both hands, just absolutely stunned and a little panicky. He's like, "Okay!" "My time is short as the veil closes. Return the items, Scalar, to where they belong. Then we should have no trouble next year. Thank you to the rest of you for helping in this endeavor. I must rest now." And just the whole purple sparkles explosion, and you see all the tendrils kind of just reaching out and through all the skulls and catacomb walls, and so, what would you like to do with Cato?
I'm gonna pick him up, but she
Yeah,
fades
we're gonna
away.
throw him. Yeah.
As she
Throw
fades
him
away
over.
the first time, any of you have seen a reaction to any of the spooky stuff? Zephyr just does a humongous full body shudder.
Seconded.
Thirded.
Right then, you, looking at Cato, are coming with me. If you object, I'll just knock you out again. I hope you have a newfound respect for the dead.
Remember, it was Scalar who knocked you out. It was Scalar who beat you.
Zephyr's just gonna fire pick him up, fling him over her shoulder. I imagine she's bigger than he is.
Okay.
Yeah, the Night Watch family tree is always gonna beat your ass. And I just continue saying that.
We're leaving. Disturbingly, just hype manning all the way out.
They're just ooh, you go, Sklar, you go.
So, as y'all are preparing to go, Beckett is going to still kind of hand on the crossbow, still not entirely unpuffed from danger. Are y'all going right to the Night Watch? Is that your plan?
I don't know. I was gonna get the people out of the hole.
I am. You all are welcome to do as you
I gotta get Nico.
Yeah, the guards and I don't get along.
Then you shouldn't go talk to them.
I'm
Alright,
I'll stay
fine.
here and I'm help out.
I shall return to my burrow.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Thanks for
Can
gathering
I
all of
visit
us.
sometime?
I think it's time for some tea and a
Ooh, that sounds lovely.
Thank you for your help. Enjoy your tea and your nap.
Yeah.
Thank you, dear ones.
Nice meeting you, Granny. Nico, I kept my promise.
I'm also going to look at Scalar. You want help? I mean, I guess you probably need to put all that stuff back. Do you want? I can stay.
I would like that. Because you've seen what I've seen, and no one's gonna believe me when I go back to the museum. So witnesses are great. But yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be fantastic. So to kind of move things along to sort of a conclusion and sort of an end. Eventually bringing Professor Cato to the Night Watch, and eventually being tried for pretty much everything an archaeologist never wants to be accused of, at least 3 or 4 times over. It is found that he has had a very large and wide distributed network of bandits and black market dealers trying to sell off historical pieces, and they have been spread across the realms at this point for collectors and the like. And it will take months, if not years, to track everything down and return it to where it belongs. Due to the testimony of those that remained, Scalar is now heralded as the new Night Watch honor. While he has no formal training of any kind, it has now been extended to him that he can train and become an official Night Watch, but he is now honorific Night Watch. What's a good title? I almost said Grand Poobah, but I'm like, nope, that's already taken.
Like he would have to have a high rank for what he is, right? He's been bestowed the lantern.
I would say so.
He's like the British royal family, like fancy, but ultimately has no power.
I've seen something just called the Lantern Keeper. That might be a little literal, but
you know, it works for a title because the
Lantern bearer.
So, with his official title now, he's been elevated a little more. He's now more in the spotlight, more in the public eye, and his discomfort is very noted throughout everyone. I'd say through this whole thing, at some point, he uses his influence to keep... Oh god, Mika, I forgot your character's name. Beckett, to, you know, sort of political protection from your previous life, and to better secure you by his side. Because you are now autistic support.
Yeah.
I will also, if I may, in the epilogue, volunteer to be a thief on behalf of repatriating the artifacts.
Oh, like recovering things.
So, if I can do that to be an ethical thief, then I will volunteer to do so.
I will accept this wholeheartedly.
Excellent.
Button? What would you say that you do with yourself?
Buttons will obviously, like, Buttons would like to try to stay in this tree for a little while before they inevitably get kicked out. They're always prepared just in case. But they will chill with Nico a lot. Maybe also, well, and also probably help recover some things. And not put them in their mouth. They have learned to exercise some self-control, and they also got they bought new things because, you know, they left all their stuff in the grave. And on special holidays and long weekends, you can find Buttons at the Apple Bottom Theater.
nice.
Alright.
Performing being a guest there, you don't know what that mouth do.
Hey, yo.
I would say that also after a time with you and Nico sort of just bonding together and just friendly camaraderie, eventually word gets around of what happened and how you were guys involved, and eventually one day you see a silver falcon sit at a table with you one day with a deep gash scar down one side of their eye and go, I think the Thieves Guild would like to talk to you. And that will be sort of a whoosh, being pulled into the criminal underworld. Sort of fade to black. Let's see what happens in the next adventure! Tuxie, with everything, what's Zephyr do? Does Zephyr just kind of go back to what they were doing before?
I don't think so. I think Zephyr would still try to keep up with some of her temple duties, but she would probably end up splitting a lot of her time to be with the Night Watch. She would try to help Scalar as much as possible because she feels like she and was part of foisting a huge responsibility on a teenager, and she's not all that happy about it. So she tries to help him wherever possible and help the temple in their spare time, and probably watches over graveyards now. As is my shtick.
I would say that every now and again, when a large storm starts brewing over the Alderheart, that you will actually find Zephyr going to the highest boughs and performing her duties of getting struck by lightning.
Pretty much. That's my job. Why she looks the way she does. She's been struck by lightning like 12 times.
I love that.
We waited until the end for this reveal.
Well, there wasn't a great opportunity for me to do storm brewing and lightning striking, so.
No.
Yeah, but still, that's so
Yeah.
well.
The joke is every time she gets struck by lightning, she runs around with the zoomies for 5 minutes.
I thought you were gonna say her
Mouth
eyes
open,
go
running.
farther and farther apart.
Oh no, mouth open, running in circles for 5 minutes. She'll just stop and be like, okay.
She becomes buttons for a bit.
I like to imagine also that all of us will periodically meet up for tea with Mizu.
Oh yes,
Absolutely.
for sure.
That's the bit I forgot. Was that I would
Yeah,
go to
I was getting there. Mizu was next.
Yes. You are all welcome at the Burrow anytime.
Yay.
So, with that brings our Humblewood one-shot adventure to a close. I want to thank anyone that has dropped in while we're streaming. Your attention is always appreciated, because I have validation issues, but also, it's just nice to be able to just do Humblewood, because I know a lot of us have been jonesing to do it for a while.
Absolutely.
So, we will close out with pretty much, if anyone here has any major projects or shout outs to what they're doing or where they're going to be, cons, content, giveaways, other streams, you're welcome to say and kind of hype that up a little. Now's a great time.
It's plug time.
That's it, plug time. This is not that kind of apple blossom.
Oh, sure, now you say it correctly.
Uh-huh.
So I will say, I do technically have an account on Twitch and a PC build in the works. So if anyone wants to find Mika Muse on Twitch, stay tuned because I'm gonna start streaming Dragon Age Veilguard once that drops. So I'd love to be
Nice.
there.
Excited.
All right, anyone else?
Okay. Nope.
Alrighty.
My family's getting a dog, I guess.
That's news. Thanks for hosting.
Otherwise, I am your DM, Humphrey Wendell Wickham. Look forward in the future. Will be trying to do a Candela Obscura sometime in the next couple of months, so keep an ear out for that. Otherwise, this is our Humblewood, a Legend of the Bramble Well. Thank you all for joining us for tonight, and you all take care. All right, we're